again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the Special Magistrate. Good morning.
I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
My address is 1872. I won't be able to hear you unless you got.
Got you.
I hear it's terrible.
Okay. Welcome to the Special Magistrate hearing for April 24th, 2025. If you do wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand.
Sir, yeah, stand and raise your right hand.
The other one. The other one.
Right hand.
This hand. Right hand. There you go. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Oh, it's going to be one of those days. Okay.
Our first case, page 14, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 240-90417, case address 1628 Southwest 3rd Avenue, owner Wayne and Kathy Schofield, Nicole Pachella et al. Posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240-90417. The address as read, 1628 Southwest 3rd Avenue. I inspected this property on September 17th, 2024, and cited for the following violations. Code section 47-34.1.A.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this property, zone B3, heavy commercial, light industrial business. There are trailers, boats, motors, containers being stored at this vacant lot, and other miscellaneous items. Code section 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers, boats parked on this grass lawn area at this vacant lot. Inspection report was posted on the property September 17th, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner on BCPA. Re-inspected October 30th, 2024, and February 18th, 2025. I posted this property April 2nd, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 17th, 2025, and found that the violations remain. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter. Zoning Director, Mr. Burt Ford, is here to answer any questions that the complainant may have.
Please state your name for the record.
Name's Hunter Schofield.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the city's request for 63 days to bring the property into compliance or $100 a day thereafter? Okay, tell me what you...
Turn on the mic, please.
I am not in agreement.
Okay.
I went forward with an email to Amy Brown because I was unsure of the exact violation, because from city code it should have been a B3 use property, and Amy said that we would find out exactly. She added me into an email thread with another individual who is in permitting. We found out that it's not allowed to actually have that storage on there without drainage. So at the moment, I believe it's cited wrong, but moving forward, we will have the property cleaned, moved and within compliance. I am in the process of selling the trailers and the containers. I haven't sold them yet, and I have nowhere to put them or store them moving forward. So if I could have some more time moving forward to get rid of those items, that would be great.
Okay, Amy?
So, Your Honor, I think at Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, we have Burt Ford here, our Chief Zoning Administrator, who can, I think, explain how the violation is, in fact, correct.
Okay.
Burt Ford, City of Fort Lauderdale zoning. The use is not a permitted use as just a storage yard. The only storage that's permitted in the zoning district is a self-storage facility, an enclosed type where people put their own stuff in there. But as just a standalone storage yard, it's not a permitted use.
Okay, all right.
So as a standalone storage, yes, I understand, but it's being used for my marine business. They're equipment that I use to conduct business, which it's a B3, which allows marine business to be conducted. So that's where I was kind of stuck on the fence, understanding the difference between it actually being storage versus me actually conducting marine business.
So as a contractor yard is a permitted use in a B3. If he has his principal, if his business is operating from that address and he has a principal structure on the address where he's conducting his business from, because it requires a principal building, and he has a business tax with that address, then items that he does use for his business can be stored there, but there are a lot of requirements for that storage. I've got a list of everything if you want me to read it into the record, but it requires asphalt to concrete paving, drainage, concrete walls, 360 degrees around it for screening, and all that stuff. But
Okay. All right,
there is no building and there is no business there.
Correct, I read all that too, but I was also...
You got
Turn it on again, there we go. I did read all that in the code and I found all that. But I then emailed again because I was concerned, or I wanted to know if the building next door, which we also own, the structure next door, because the storage lot would be allowed, correct, next to a building that we own, but we found out via the emails that the alleyway is an easement, so it separates the properties, which wouldn't allow it to work.
Okay, so it appears that as it stands now, the condition of the property, it does not fall into a B3.
No, it is a B3, but I do not have the appropriate drainage to store things on the lot.
Now, it has nothing to do with doing drainage. The use is not permitted.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The city has requested 63 days. I can give you a little more time if that's helpful, but I'm going to find for the city because I think that they have correctly charged this violation. Okay?
Okay, so then 63 days from this date?
Okay, yeah, if you could agree to that, 63 days or $100 a day thereafter. And if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector because you could request an extension and we'll try to work with you.
Yeah, I've tried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 2412037, case address 1872 Southwest 22nd Avenue, owner David Bostock, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broad Road 41025.
But the inspector's going to speak first, and then you can speak.
Hello?
Ramon Oliveira.
You?
Wait
Who are
one
you?
second. Sir,
Yeah.
let the inspector speak first and then you will have your opportunity. Let the inspector speak first and then you will have an opportunity to speak, okay?
Hopefully I can hear her.
Okay. All right, him.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20337 for the property located at 1872 Southwest 28th Avenue. The property was first inspected on December 14, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-308B. There are branches, leaves, and other landscaping debris which is not permanent on the roof. 9-306. The soffits are damaged. Furthermore, the exterior walls, white side door, and fascia are stained with a black substance. 18-12A. There is overgrowth and piles of landscaping debris on the property. 18-4C. Complied. 9-278E. There are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. As of pre-hearing inspection April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance of 9-308B, 9-306, and 18-12A, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter, and 15 days to come into compliance of 9-278E, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Say again the time limit?
So the city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance of Section 9
I got that one. What's 278E?
15 days to come into compliance of 9-278E, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Sir, did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said?
Talk louder, please.
Did you hear what he just said?
No, not a thing. I didn't even know she said anything.
Okay. Did you read the violations? Did you read them? No, not here. Here.
There's no debris. That's a lie. There is a giant tree right over top of my roof. It drops branches all the time.
Okay, sir. All right.
This is vague. It's abusive.
Okay,
it's
all right. Stand
insulting,
back, sir. Stand back.
Stand back here.
Stand
and
back.
it's deceptive.
All right,
Sir,
please
back
stand
here.
back.
Please.
Okay, he obviously has a problem hearing, and I don't feel
right here.
comfortable going forward unless we
Yeah.
can be able to.
Where are the pictures?
Right on the screen there.
Yeah, and where's the? I've submitted a 4-page handwritten response to this. Where's that? That's why I'm here today. You didn't have it last time.
Yes, I recall that, sir. I think when he came before me the
Inspector.
last time, we rescheduled this because I didn't have his 4-page response in front of me. I still don't have it in front of me, so what's the deal?
There's no landscaping debris on the roof. There's just branches. There's a giant tree over top of the roof.
Oh, that's
it's always
right.
going to be
You sent it to
dropping
me the same
branches.
day. Okay, you sent it to me the same day. All right, I
You
did
don't
read
say
it.
how many branches. You don't say how often I should clean it up. You don't even mention that there's a giant tree.
Okay, so
It's a lie.
okay, so
Soffits are damaged. Furthermore, it's white side door and fascia stained with black substance. Yeah, the black substance comes from a what black substance? Yeah, this doesn't show up from the tree, from the street. This stain, this is from my neighbor's lawn sprinkler. It wasn't installed all that long ago. What am I supposed to do? Clean that every month?
yes, however long
I'm supposed to clean that stain every month?
you're supposed to clean, have a presentable
This
looking home.
is when I bought in late 2012. My roof was fine. It still looks fine on top today. Apparently the inspector, and I found a roll of flashing material in the garage, and apparently they didn't install that on the angle where so this damage to my roof was caused long before that fell apart. I don't want to repair that just for looks. And you cannot see that from the street view that you're supposedly arguing affects other people's property values. That can't be seen from that's up behind a barrier.
Okay, sir, what I'm going to do.
I can't hear you.
Okay,
Sir, I'm going to say everything she says. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you either.
You can't hear me?
Now I can hear you.
okay, all right. It appears from the photographs that some violations exist.
It looks from the photographs that a violation exists. Just listen.
Okay. What I would like you to do,
Look,
what I would like
rubber
you
stamp it. Just rubber stamp it.
Can't talk while
I'll
she's
see the city in court. I've been suffering abuse since a moron attorney moved to us south next to me.
Okay.
The
Sir.
doggone grass, some idiot pulled up a truck, left a big dent in my yard. I can't hardly mow it. So
Sir.
I left that as before.
Sir, can you listen for a minute, please? Just listen for a minute. Just listen. Can you hear me? Say listen.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to find that the violation.
I can't hear.
I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to find that the violations exist.
The violations exist. She's making a finding. Don't say anything. Hold on.
But I'm going to ask the inspector to make an appointment today with this man to go over every violation, close up and personal, so that he can, be afforded the ability to hear.
She's going to have the inspector have an appointment with you and go over each and every violation with you, personally. Today, we're going to make a date.
With this Oliveira creep?
They're going to bring that with you. They're going to talk about the violations with you.
Okay.
I want a record.
Okay.
I want a record of what transpires with that moron.
Okay. All right.
All right.
We good?
All right.
Okay.
We're not going to, sir, we're not going to do that. We're not going to call people names. You can't hear me? My voice is pretty loud. Don't call people names, please.
Especially somebody who's going to come out to your house.
Yeah, well, this whole report is a bunch of names.
All right.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to ask the
an
inspector to make the
make an
appointment
with you,
today.
okay? So have a seat in the
And
back. Just relax. Don't
find
start
that the
yelling.
violation exists.
Can you hear me say that?
Say again.
Don't start yelling at the guy. He's going to make an appointment
I
with you.
talk loud because my hearing is toast.
I understand, but listen this time, okay? They're going to talk to you in a minute. Okay? Did you hear me?
I can hear you barely, yeah.
They're going to talk to you in a minute, so just have a seat.
Oh, one more thing.
Here?
Hold on.
What?
Excuse me, Supervisor Brown, City, Fort Lauderdale. Sir, can you please tell him that we also shared his phone number and his email with the Housing and Community Development Department, so they may reach out to him via email. Possibly there may be some resources that can help him come into compliance. We have already done that, so if you want to share that, thank you.
They are reaching out to you. They have a phone number. They're going to reach out and try and help you fix these violations. Somebody's going to try and help you.
Help me?
Yes. That's enough. That's enough.
This doesn't look like help to me.
Okay.
This is,
This is
we're going to do, we're going to find you this $1,000 a day and all this kind of stuff.
All right, sir.
Not yet. Just listen. Okay? Make the appointment and get the phone number.
Excuse me?
Make the appointment and get the phone number, and the inspector will come out and talk to you.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm going to have
I'm going to want to videotape this clown.
Okay. Have a seat.
I'm going to have the inspector meet with you in the back room.
Right back there.
There, so that
Go back
you
there.
can hear him. Thank you very
Go back
much,
there.
Inspector.
Meet with the inspector.
And so, Your Honor, for the record, you're going to find that the violations exist and give what kind of time frame? The time frame is requested by the inspector?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Explain that to him about the days and whatever. Go back and make an appointment with him. Okay.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Rafael Santos. Case number CE 241005888. Case address 3200 South Andrews Ave. Owner, Monkey Capital LLC. First heard 227.25 to comply by 424.25. One section not complied at $200. Fine starts at 425.25. This is a request for extension.
Good morning, Magistrate. Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241000588. The address is 3200 South Andrews Road. South Andrews Avenue. Case was first heard on February 27, 2025, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 56 days to April 25th, 2025, to come or a fine of $200 per day. An inspection was conducted April 21st, 2024, and the violations remain. This is a request for an extension.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Is it on?
It's not. When the red light is on, it's on.
Messed it up. Good morning. My name is George Linkower.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're requesting an extension. It looks like you've done most of the complied most of the violations. There's just the landscaping left to do.
Indeed. I would like to talk about the violation if you guys give me the forum for a second, because I don't want to be in front of you in however many days you're gracious enough to give me to comply. So The issue here, as you may see, I don't know if you want to see an exhibit of the area. Do you care?
Sure.
I just want to give you a little context. So this is our property.
You have to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
I can.
I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to talk about here. So the issue here is the swale, and we do understand and acknowledge and agree that it is our responsibility to maintain it, and we're okay with that. The gentleman inspector has requested that we sod and irrigated, and number one, we were ready to do that. And then we had literally a mutiny from the people that parked there, that they said they won't even move their cars to allow us to do the work. And we don't own the property, so we can't enforce anything upon them to move their cars so that we can do the work. But notwithstanding, this is an industrial area, and this is not, and I think since we bought the property about maybe 2 years ago, I think you've seen the improvements that we've made to the property, new colors, new gut, we're not slumlords, we want to keep our property in good condition. The issue here is that what's being requested, I'm afraid that I'm going to be coming back every 6 months because it's not going to survive. And sodding an area where in the middle of the night, semi-trailer trucks park there, and I have zero control over that. So I offered the city, we don't like how it looks, and we agree with the city, and we want to beautify it. But we want to do it in a way that is going to survive, and I'm not going to come in front of you every 3 months or 6 months or whatever it is, because it's not maintained. It's not an issue of maintenance. It's an issue of what the neighbors or people that work at the port or whatever, semi-trailer trucks that do at night when no one's there. So we offered if we can do an alternative so that the city is satisfied that it looks pretty and it looks nice, which is put a decorative gravel that will survive, will allow for percolation. I understand it's a pervious area. Water needs to go through, so we can't pave it. It shouldn't be paved. I understand that. We just want to comply. We want to be good neighbors. We want to be good citizens. And we want to be good shepherds of our property in the sense that all these people are, small bay nautical vendors that serve the nautical industry, and they need to survive. And we want to try to find a sweet spot where the city is satisfied that it looks good. We want it to look good, but the city's making us do something that's illogical. And it's not about money. It's about doing something that will achieve what you want to do, which is beautify.
City have any suggestions?
I mean, they can reach out to the engineering department and maybe the landscaping department and try to come up with some type of plan. But if not, the code does require sod, not gravel.
We called the engineering department, and they said exactly what you're saying, and I agree. But I think at some point, logic. Why make a taxpayer pay for something that's not going to survive, that everybody knows it's not going to survive, just to satisfy the code, which in this case makes no sense?
Okay. The problem is that I'm here to enforce the code.
I understand.
So that's my job. That's my role here.
I understand.
If, in fact, you think you have a special circumstance, city attorney, can they apply for a variance or something? I can't give legal advice.
They can.
Can I apply for a variance outside of my property? That's a legal question, I would presume.
Yeah, no, the property owner would have to apply for a variance.
No, it's city property.
Right, exactly. Oh, yeah, no, you can't.
So the city property wants me to do something in the swale, and I don't know that I have the legal standing to apply for a variance on city property. Or maybe I do, maybe that's a legal question that I'm not sure how to.
Yeah, and you have to seek legal counsel.
Yeah.
Because we cannot give you legal advice.
No, I'm not asking for legal advice. I'm asking whether in the city code one is allowed to ask for a variance within the swale.
I don't know the answer to that. Because you don't own the property, it presents a more difficult problem. So I would suggest that you get legal counsel, but I can't
Or
you know,
talk to engineering.
or talk-
I mean, unfortunately, the gentleman that was here, Bert Ford, would have been a perfect person to ask that. Talk to someone in zoning and ask, you know, for the staff people that handle the variances. That's not within my area of practice, so I don't want to give you wrong information. They should be able to let you know what you can move forward with or what you can't.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to be on the record that we want to comply. We want to achieve the same goals as the city. We want to beautify, but we want to do it in a sustainable manner.
I understand.
And to do that, I just request some time to figure it out.
I'm going to grant you a 91-day extension so that you can explore your options, and then I'm going to order you to reappear on my docket on July 24th, okay?
If it's been resolved, do I still have to appear?
No. If it's complied, you'll be taken off the docket.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Do you want your pictures back? Thank you.
Next case, page 43, Inspector Bovary Exantus, Guy Siderman presenting. Case number CE 240-30687. Case address 1500 Northwest 19th Street. Owner, 19th Street Family Holdings, LLC. First heard 10/24/24 to comply by 1/30/25. Suspended 2/27/25 through 3/27/25. One section not complied is $100 with a fine of $5,600. $150 imposed. City requests full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240-30687 for the property located at 1500 Northwest 19th Street. The case was first heard on 10/24/2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 98 days to correct the violation. The case reappeared before the magistrate on 2/27/2025. A 28-day extension was granted. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 4/22/25 and revealed as depicted on the photos. At this time, the violation remains, and the city is requesting full imposition of fines to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anthony Gondola.
Okay. Can you tell me why this property is in compliance yet?
Well, last night at 6:52, I was notified by the city that my permit went through.
Okay.
So I promptly went on and paid it. So now I actually have a permit. And
Okay.
speaking with Bovine, I know he's not in today, and Inspector Silverman was helping me with it. Now that I have the permit, I respectfully ask. He said the minimum was 35 days, so I can come into compliance with the order.
Okay.
Correct. He did have a receipt. He did show me some emails that he is currently in the process, and I wouldn't be opposed. I believe we spoke, and he said the 35 days.
Okay. All right, 35 days. So
Thank you, ma'am.
ordered. We'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 34, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250-30430, case address 500 Coconut Isle Drive, owner Paramount Residence LLC. This case was first cited 3/15/25 to comply by 3/15/25. One section complied with a $250 fine. Appeal deadline 3/30/25. City requests full amount and an appeal was received.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-30430 for the property located at 500 Coconut Isle Drive. This property was first inspected on March 15, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-2781E. There is a vacation rental standards parking violation occurring at this property. There is a vehicle parked on the right-of-way in front of this vacation rental. The responsible party is here for administrative appeal.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I just press it, right?
Yes, press.
You're good. Oh. No. Got it. Christina Hogan.
Okay. What do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Yes, so we are a vacation rental house, and on that property, we do have a next-door neighbor. I don't know if you guys have seen the records. In the last 4 months, he's called on us 8 times. Every single time it gets dismissed. This is the first time we've had to come to the magistrate. He does the same thing about either a car or noise or anything. If you notice on the 15th, what worries me, we actually called the guest right away when we saw it. After the 15th, it was inspected 6 days after that. And they actually stayed with us for 14 days, and not one time after the 15th that car was seen. What worries me, 2 things, is that maybe the neighbor is bringing cars and putting them there, because the minute he sees that we've got people there, this is not the first time, a car shows up, you guys show up, and the car's gone. Or you guys come and the next day you inspect and there's no car, there's no car, there's no car. On top of that, that road is under construction all the time. I have some pictures. And all the neighbors park in the middle and in front of everybody else's houses because there's so much construction down that strip. I don't know if he saw that when he was inspecting it, but there is a ton of construction down that strip. So everybody's always parking everywhere. We spoke to the guests the minute we saw the violation because we check every single day on our houses, and we spoke to them, and they did say it was not their car. And if you notice, they're parked all their cars inside the driveway, even one of our golf carts. So it just worries me that it's either the neighbors or somebody from construction was parked there because they park there all the time.
Anything else from the city?
Yes. So, Your Honor, upon inspection, I observed a gray Honda CRV with a Florida tag 28BNIL parked on the right-of-way in front of this vacation rental property. Contact was made with the tenants who came out of the property and proceeded to move the car.
Okay, they didn't tell me that.
Okay, yeah. Okay. All right. So obviously I'm going to deny the appeal.
Okay.
There's an immediate fine of $250.
Perfect. Is there, do you guys have anything like from the tenant? Did they sign anything? Because then I want to pass this charge to them. You just made contact and they just moved the car?
I made contact with them, and he said that that was his vehicle. He got in the car and moved it.
And he moved it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Carl Peterson, case number FC 230-60015, case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner Thor Gallery at Beach Place LLC, Brand LLC, Divina Taveras, first heard 8/31/23 to comply by 11/30/23, 4 suspensions noted on the agenda, 2 sections complied at $250 per day, with a fine total of $84,500, and the city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Magistrate. I'm Carl Peterson with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, presenting case FC 230-60015 with a property address of 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. The property was originally cited in reference to NFPA 1, Chapter 13.3.1.1. The fire sprinkler system was in need of service, and NFPA 1, Chapter 1.7.7.2, repair of trouble alarm signals on the alarm panel. Violations were first heard by Special Magistrate on October 31st of 2023. Since then, the owner and the new property management company team has been diligently working towards achieving compliance and has spent significant resources. We are pleased to report complete compliance with these 2 violations at this time, and we are recommending abatement of the fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record, counsel.
Good morning, Stephen Tilbrook with Ackerman, representing the property owner.
I assume your client's in agreement with no fines.
We are in agreement with no fines, and thank you for your patience while we achieve compliance.
Okay, my pleasure. Thank you.
We'll miss you all.
Thank
Fine, right?
Good luck.
Our next case, page 19, Inspector Bovary Exantus, Vanessa Willis presenting, case number CE 240-80790, case address 1119 Northwest 16th Street, owner Belvie Sainville, posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis presenting for Bovary Exantus.
Case number CE 240807990 for property located at 1119 Northwest 6th Street. The property was first inspected on August 30th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 9-280H1, complied. 18-4C, complied. 9-304B, the asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There are cracks, holes on the driveway, and the blacktop is faded. 18-1, there are mattresses, boxes, refrigerators, washing machines stored under the carport at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 47-34.1.A.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage, including but not limited to refrigerator, couch, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone single-family residence. And 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained and in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 4, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23, 2025. The city is requesting the following: 18-12A and 18-1, 10 days to comply or $100 per day. On 9-304B, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-305B, 56 days to comply or $100 per day.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Berlevie, Saint-Ville.
Okay, good morning. Are you in agreement to bring your property into compliance within the time frame the city is requesting, or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes. Most of those work is done. I moved the pickup truck with no tag.
Yes, we appreciate that you've already complied a couple of these.
Yes, but
Very
I still
good.
have some more
Yes,
to do.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 days is requested to pick up the trash and to get rid of the outdoor storage. Is that correct?
Yeah.
10 days for the overgrowth, yes, which would be the 18-12A, and then also 10 days for whatever mattresses, miscellaneous bulk items that you have on the property.
Okay, and then the remainder of the violations, they're requesting 56 days or $100 a day thereafter. Are those time frames acceptable to you?
Okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Magistrate.
You'll get an order in the mail, and it'll explain everything.
Special Magistrate.
Thank
Hi,
you.
good morning. Supervisor Cloyan. You said 56 days or 63 on the agenda?
Oh, I thought she said 56, but we'll make it 63 because it
yes.
lines up with my calendar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you, Dorian.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Bovary Exantes, Vanessa Willis presenting. Case number CE 240-60007, case address 1617 Northwest 11th Place. Owner Sharon Smith. First heard 1/30/2025 to comply by 2/9/25 and 3/27/25. 6 sections not comply at $25 per day. Total fines of $5,350 accrued. City's requesting full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Vanessa Willis presenting for Bovary Exantes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement. The case number CE 240-60007 for property located at 1617 Northwest 11th Place. The case was first heard on January 30th, 2025, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 10 days to correct violations 18-12A, and 56 days to correct all other violations at this property. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 9, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 21st, 2025, as revealed and depicted on the photos. At this time, all violations remain, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines and to continue to accrue until the property is brought into compliance.
Please state your name for the record.
Sharon Smith.
Okay, why, Mr. Smith, do we have no attempt at compliance?
So recently, I just inherited the property from my grandmother. So as you can see, she's not really able or have had the knowledge. Well, I don't know if she had the knowledge of what was going on. I didn't know either. I just got the notice to come to a hearing today. So I'm just asking, I live in West Palm Beach.
Is your grandmother deceased?
No, she's still alive.
Okay, okay.
I'm just asking.
But she's transferred the property to you?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just asking, can I get 60 days just to bring it to compliance? Is that something I could do? I'm not familiar with none of this.
Okay, all right.
To be honest.
Okay. Anything else from this?
Sorry, Special Magistrate. Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the city. While we are definitely empathetic to the plight, the case has almost been open for a year. So a very short extension is all I would say we should grant because it's been open for almost a year.
Okay, all right. There's a lot to do for a short. Okay, all right. I'm going to give you 35 days to bring the property into compliance, and I'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay.
But now that you're in charge of the property, you need to make sure if there's a problem that you contact the inspector, because if you just let the 35 days run, then the fines will start to accrue again, and the next time you come back, I might impose those fines, okay?
No problem. I
So,
appreciate
Your Honor,
it.
we would suggest maybe an order to reappear.
Yes.
That way, if you've made some progress, then
we can
All right.
give you more time on the remainder.
That's no problem. I appreciate it.
Okay, all right. So in order to reappear, so you'll come back on my May 29th docket.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 49. Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 240-80608, case address 952 Northwest 24th Ave, owner SFR 2012-1, Florida LLC. First heard 327.25 to comply by 424.25. 5 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fine starts 425.25, and this is an order to reappear.
Guy Satterman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240-80608 for the property located at 952 Northwest 24th Avenue. This case was first heard on 3/27/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by 4/24/2024. 9-TAC 304B, non-compliant. The asphalt of this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and or damaged areas and is stained with dirt or oil. The parking stripe is faded and needs to be repainted. However, this is a reoccurring violation from case number CE 21071109. This case will be presented before a special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the date schedule of the hearing date. 9-TAC 308B, non-compliant. There is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent on the roof. There is a plastic on the roof and dark stains and marks that need to be maintained. 9-TAC 306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia and soffit, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 1812, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. The rear of the property has weeds, overgrowth that need to be maintained. The weeds are growing through the wooded fence slates and in front of the house. There are cracks with grass weeds growing through the cracks. However, this is a recurring violation from KCE 210-71109. This case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the scheduled hearing date. 9 TAC 363 has complied. 9 TAC 280B, there are building parts which are deteriorating and not maintained, floors, walls, ceiling, roofs, windows, doors, and all building parts not maintained. There are walls that have moisture in them, cracks throughout the inside of the property. The fascia board is missing and in disrepair outside and in view from the street. The city is requesting finding of fact for violations 9 TAC 304B and 1812A. My pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 4/21/2025 and violations 9 TAC 304B, 9 TAC 308B, 9 TAC 306, 18 TAC 12A, and 9 TAC 280B remain as depicted on the photos and for the record. The fines will begin to accrue beginning on 4/25/2025, and the property owner has been ordered to reappear. And that's why we're here, Your Honor.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Louis Horan.
Mr. Coran, it doesn't feel like you've done much since I last saw you.
Okay, so last time I was here, first of all, good morning. Last time I was here, some of these pictures did not pop up, the ones from the inside. And when I was here, I mentioned that I had inherited, because I just joined Pacifica not too long ago, inherited the house after an eviction that happened soon after. As soon as it happened, you know, the place was infested with fleas and all that other stuff. So I had to do treatment, and I had to do treatment on the grass before even the landscaper could go there. The treatment was done, taken care of, and then the landscaper went out there and did the landscaping, took care of everything from the back. The additional problem that I had after that was that the neighbor's dogs, he has 3 pit bulls or something like that, came to on my side, which made it difficult, you know, to try to even do anything further from them. So the landscaping is taken care of. I personally cleaned up the first. There's there's 2 pictures over there because I see one with a bag and this and that, whatever. But I passed by there recently. I'm the one that's taking everything. I'm cleaning the front area to make sure when there was actually when I cleaned it, somebody went back out there and dumped mattresses and this and that, whatever. I paid for those mattresses and the trash out, took everything to be removed out of there after I cleaned that area. So I'm not sure about these pictures because that right there, yeah, that's not there. Yeah, so I know that I personally cleaned it with my truck, put everything there. I can send you email you the pictures, and I apologize for not doing that, but I took care of that. So I know when I was here, we have a permit for the roofing and all that, and that's going to be a green light. But what I did fail was I said I was going to work on the asphalt, and honestly, 2 contractors took me for a little ride and never showed up. I continued calling other ones for help, and the 2 other ones, they said, this is so small. The area is so small for an asphalt that a lot of these guys won't do it. So I was running out of options over here. I do have one contractor that I work with, but he was in the west area of Florida. He's going to come back down. He could help me, but he's going to charge me an arm and a leg for something so simple. So finally I got help from another gentleman who said, look, I only do big stuff. This is small. But he gave me instructions. He goes, Louis, you know, go to this address, 700 Northwest 19 something. I could do pull out an owner's permit, pull out an owner's survey, you know, pay the fee, whatever it is, so I could get it. Once I get that information, I could give it to him because he won't, you know, and now I realize why companies were dodging me because it was so, it doesn't make any money for the time they have to spend there. Either that, they're going to charge me an arm and a leg for that. So that's why I'm in the process right now. I'm actually going to take care of this myself so I could give it to that gentleman who's going to go ahead and help me after he has all the information he needs.
Okay, and how much time do you think you need?
I need 30 days or less. Honestly,
Pardon
you know,
me?
30 days or less. And because I don't know how to, I'm going to do this on my own, and I'm going to try to accomplish it within a week, but I don't want to overshoot my chances either, you know? So, but the asphalt, I thought it was going to be real easy, but again, I've been dodged by vendors because of the size of the.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we'd like to hold to one brief additional extension. This property owner is out of San Diego, owns 83 properties in Broward County, so it's not as if it's a property owner without means to get, certain basic property maintenance issues addressed. And they, and I'm not, you obviously weren't with the company, but it's the property owner. The property owner was also the property owner for the original violations that were cited by the inspector back in 2021. They've owned this property since 2012. So if Your Honor is inclined to grant an additional extension, we'd like to just hold it to that one, please.
Yeah.
The only reason why is because I'm pretty efficient, and that honestly I'd never run into problems like this, like they're holding me back. Otherwise, I would have come back over here with the asphalt being worked on and so on. And the next, right after that, is the roofing, which I already got we got the permits and everything else. I believe you had the records from last time, but the asphalt's the one that just holding me back. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. You should be able to pick up the trash. There should be no excuse for that one. But on the, so I'm not going to grant an extension for picking up the trash.
No, but that's done. There is no trash.
Okay, all right, then you have no problem.
Yeah, I have no
Okay,
trash.
All right, because the fines will start tomorrow if there is trash there.
Oh, no, there's none.
Okay,
There's
all
none.
right.
None.
On the remaining violations, the exterior building issues,
because the order that I was going to do, ma'am, I'm sorry.
I'm going to grant you 35 days on the other and suspend the fines during that period of time.
I'll make it happen.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Guy Siderman. Case number CE25020581, case address 700 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner FPT Fort Lauderdale LLC, personal service delivered 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Officer, presenting case CE25020581 for the property located at 700 Northwest 21st Terrace. The property was first inspected on 3/18/2025, and the following violation was observed. 47 Tech 19 9.A.2.C. The recycling scrap metals are too high and visible above the privacy wall fence. It can be seen from the residential area in the street. This is a repeat violation per case CE22050272. Daily fines will accrue from the date the violation is observed until brought into compliance. This is a repeat violation. The previous case, CE22050272, and the city is asking for immediate fines of $1,000 per day for a total of $35,000. I would like to submit this case file and photos to the court. This is a repeat, and I believe the prior case, the fees were $500, and that's why we were asking for the $1,000, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's been out of compliance for 35 days?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Hope Calhoun, Land Use Counsel for the property owner. So this, we have applied for the permit necessary to raise the wall so that the materials at the property cannot be seen. We actually have a permit number. So actually at this time we would like to have the fines stopped, and we'd actually like to request a reduction of the fines if possible. We are as I said, we are in the process of complying.
Okay.
Correct. It has complied at this time.
Pardon me?
It has complied at this time.
It's complied at this
Correct.
time?
As of 4/21/2025, it has complied.
Okay. regardless of how long it takes you to get a permit to raise the fence, the property needs to be kept into compliance while you're going through that process. So the scrap metal can't be seen from the top.
We understand. He's there every day working on it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is, when it gets to a repeat violation where the fines are automatic, it means that you've come before me before, there had been a recurring violation after that, and now they call it a repeat violation, so the fines start immediately.
We understand. So, Special Magistrate, just really quickly. So the reason this is a repeat violation, again, we are my client is an active business that accepts materials on a regular daily basis. They do their very best to maintain the property. Again, there are residential, homes, single-family homes nearby and multifamily, so I think what happens is people perhaps are a little annoyed by what they see. However, they do their very best to maintain it. Again, occasionally it does get above the wall, which is why at this point they are requesting, they've submitted an application to increase the height of the wall. Previously, they were just removing the materials and trying to do it timely. So the reason it's before you is for that reason. They are a successful business, but again, they are working on now increasing the height of the wall. So for that reason, and they are now in compliance. So we would, again, request a reduction of the fine. And they are, again, you have the manager here with me. He hears you and understands what needs to be done, and he's working on it.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Nothing further.
All right. I'm going to impose a fine of $8,500. Because of the repeat nature of the fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 20. Inspector Bilberry Exantus, Guy Serdeman presenting. Case number CE 2410087, case address 1501 Northwest 19th Court. Owner Elise Belizaire. Posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Yeah, 1501 Northwest 18th Court, yeah. You're welcome.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 2410087 for the property located at 1501 Northwest 18th Court. The property was first inspected on 10/4/2024, and the following violations were observed. 1812A complied, 4/22/25. There are overgo, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 9-363 non-complied. Failure to register residential rental dwelling within the city. This is a free application, has not been done or is complete. 18-1 complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 4/4/2025, and a pre-hearing was conducted on 4/22/2025, revealed as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to correct or a fine of $100 per day for the violation. 9-363 for each day thereafter. I would like to submit my case file for the photos to the court.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Name is Ernst Belizaire.
Okay, it looks like you've complied most of this. It's just the failure to register as a residential dwelling within the city. Have you applied for that?
As far as...
Pardon me?
We live in Winter Haven. We come down here often.
Okay, but you have to register it as a rental property.
I'm sorry.
Have you done that?
Magistrate, sorry. Code Compliance Manager Katrina Johnson from the city of Fort Lauderdale. Are you saying that the property is not rented out?
My dad used to live down here first, when we first bought the house. My dad and my sister-in-law. My dad, he's, 79 now? And he couldn't live down here no more, so he moved up there with us. And then my cousin now live in the house. But when I come down, before I start driving trucks, whenever I come down, I used to come down every month. That's where I stay.
So the question again, is the property being rented or not?
No, my cousin lived there. Of course, he, the room he stayed, he paid me. I don't know if that's rent because the whole property is not rented out. I still live there. Whenever we come down here, that's where we sleep. So I don't know. I don't know if I have to register it as a rental or I don't know.
We'll withdraw.
City attorney want to weigh in?
We'll withdraw.
Okay. They're going to withdraw this.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
And as far as the other stuff, we already took care of them.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 40. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 240-70226, case address 1423 Holly Heights Drive, owner The Cascade at Holly Heights. First heard 1:30:25 to comply by 3:27:25. One section not complied at $100 per day. $2,800 as accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case CE 240-70226, address 1423 Holly Heights Drive. This case was first heard on January 30th, 2025. 19.4.D.A has complied. 9-306 complied. And violation 47-20.20 parentheses H not complied. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are oil stains, cracks, and potholes and discoloration. At this present time, the representative for the property owner is here, and they're seeking an extension. And
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Attorney Jeremy Appisurf with Haber Law on behalf of the association.
Okay, how much time do you need to get that parking facility? It looks like the rest of it's been done.
Yeah, they brought that into compliance. They have already spoken to vendors. There's a more concerning issue as far as drainage. We've spoken with the city about it. They want to bring in an engineer and do some testing and to understand the underlying drainage because, again, they wanted to resurface the lot, but as we've investigated it and spoken with the city, it appears that there may be more problems that we have to address before we could get to the actual resurfacing.
So how much time do you think they need?
We're asking for 91 days at this point. We may need a little bit more depending on what the engineers find. So.
Okay, any objection from the city?
No, ma'am, none.
All right. So 91 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 2, case number CE 250-30564, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El-Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC, posted at property 4625, posted at 1 East Broward 41025. Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons.
And I apologize, which case number? There are 5, Your Honor. 564.
First one at the top.
Good morning. Good morning, Code Officer.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I believe that we have the 2 citations first.
In order?
Yes, they need to be done in order. So there are 2 citations that need to be read in first because that's what makes these 3 cases on page 2 recurring violations.
Which is why I want you to hear this one first.
So starting on page 35, the first one is 250-30124.
Okay, let her read it in so that we don't mess up here.
Page 35, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 250-30124, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El-Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC. First cited 3625 to comply by 3625. One section complied at $250 per day. 250 has accrued. No appeal received. Appeal deadline is 3/21/25. The city is requesting the full amount. This is a citation.
Good morning. Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of Senior Officer Pat Gavin, a City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 6, 2025, following the neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 185-04850 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed. Violation section 17-7.1.C.I. Point 1, there is loud music coming from this commercial property in excess of allowed levels of 95 dBc. 3 30-second videos of DVC resulted in maximum results of 80.7, 81.6, and 79.4. Within the allowed, the 3 30-second videos of DBA resulted in maximum results of 80.7, 81.6, and 79.4, all within the allowed range. 3 30-second videos of DBC resulted in maximum results of 102.1, 100.8, and 101.0, all in excess of allowed 95 dBc. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $250. This concludes my testimony. The 3 recordings are the C-level violation readings.
Okay. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of LOD. Your Honor, I assume you are familiar with the location. This is the Fort Lauderdale Beach and Las Olas Boulevard block. If I may, just for context.
Sure.
What's shaded in green, Your Honor, is the Special Entertainment District, to which Inspector Simmons referenced the Special Entertainment District noise ordinance, which allows a maximum of 85 dBA and 95 dBc, as measured 5 feet from a property line. It's my understanding that the city historically has not measured dBc. There was actually an ordinance amendment this past year that, not pertaining to special entertainment districts, it always had those 2 criteria that included that, and now the readers are there. As you heard the testimony, the DBA was compliant. The DBC, the reader is showing, was in excess. Again, 95 is permitted, and it did read as above 100.
Okay.
What I wrestle with, Your Honor, is this was deemed to be irreversible and irreparable.
Not this one. Not this one.
Yeah.
Yes, the citation says it's irreversible and irreparable.
Yeah, that's the ones on the new business case say that. This is a citation, and I think what the immediate problem I see is that they did not appeal it timely.
Correct.
And so everything is deemed admitted.
Understood, Your Honor. I did not receive a copy, and in looking at cases as they came forward, I think the city used to enter into a CELA, the citation cases, as CT, and these are CE cases. Again, this is spring break on Fort Lauderdale Beach. The property owner had not provided that to me. So when they must have received it, I presume, on the property.
Okay, so I have no alternative really than to issue the fine, and the evidence does show that they exceeded and were in violation. But I would have heard any evidence they had to present it if they timely appealed, which they didn't.
Understood, Your Honor. I just am wrestling with and don't understand how this is, because there's a series of these cases that lowering the music, I guess, by 5 decibels, dBc, is irreversible. It's fixable. I think you heard testimony. It was complied.
Magistrate. Good morning. Katrina Dawson for the City of Fort Lauderdale Co-Compliance Manager. So the irreversible context for noise violations is simply that we are getting these by complaint. This is not proactive. It is driven by complaint, and attached to this file is probably, I stopped counting after 10, I think.
I've read all the neighbor complaints.
The complaint from the neighborhood, and that is why we deem that noise to be irreversible, because once the neighbor their peace has been disturbed, we can't take that back.
Yeah, and that's what I see as the irreversible nature of it. You know, someone gets woken up from sleep, they can't go back and undo that.
Your Honor, understood. I have not seen any of the neighbor communication. I didn't see it online, but that's neither here nor there. This is a special entertainment district that has been in existence, operating with the same rules since the 90s. I think Mr. Bruton is in the audience and actually was involved at the city in creating it. It predates the residential towers. The neighbors are not happy 365 days a year. And again, this is having driven over on the beach during this particular month when there are thousands and thousands of humans in addition to music. This is the most intense activity that exists.
You know, I've read all the complaints from the neighbors, okay? And what I'm seeing recurring is that boom, boom, boom of the bass. And I don't know if that's what's taking it over the decibel level or not. But it seems to me a problem. You have a neighbor problem. It's an easy fix. Just turn it down a bit.
Yeah, and I believe specifically with respect to the DBC, because I actually pulled all of the case history, and it seemed as if there were 12, almost 20 visits during this time period, 5 of which resulted in code cases. It seems to me that they were figuring it out, even during the intense period of spring break. Again, the DBC is a new on the ground. I'm not saying it's not always been applicable, but they thought they've been doing this for 25 years, and it seems to me that the case history shows that they were figuring it out. The vast majority of the cases were closed.
Yeah. So the amendment to the code in particular was the addition of taking the measurement A and C from the complainant's property line. But the existence of A and C 5 feet from the subject property line has always been in place. Correct. Considering the more frequent complaints now are about the base, we added taking an A reading and a C reading. So correct. In relation to this case, it was in compliance with the treble of the music, correct, but in violation with the base of the music, which is the brunt of the complaint.
Understood. And I guess what I'm saying is having never been confronted with that for decades, they had to figure it out. Okay. And it looked to me like they did when you got 15.
But getting back to this, for this particular case, and we'll revisit this when we do the new business cases, but for this particular case, it was a citation, and
understood, Your Honor.
Yeah, that was not appealed, and I'm going to make a finding that the evaluation exists and impose the $250 fine.
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Now, let's get to the new business cases. What? There's another citation case?
Page 40. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, Fitzgerald Simmons presenting case number CE 250-30224, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC, first cited 3925 to comply by 3925. One section complied at $500 per day. $500 has accrued, no appeal received. Appeal deadline 3/24/25. City request full amount, and this is a citation.
Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of Senior Officer Bernstein Sambert of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 9, 2025 following a neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 185-29102 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed.
Section 17-7, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection 2, subsection 1. There is loud amplified sound coming from this commercial zone property. 3 videos from the sound level meter within 5 feet of the property line along Almond Avenue. The readings were as follows. Max reading 1, 103 dBc. Max reading 2, 103. And reading 3, 98 dBc, which is above the city ordinance of 95 dBc from 12 p.m. to 1 a.m. This is the second offense. Reference case number CE 250-30124. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $500.
Okay. State your name again for the record.
Courtney Crush on behalf of Ella, the property owner.
Okay.
The only thing I want to add is regarding the sound level measurement taken from the complainant's property, which was added into the ordinance. That's still in the ordinance is maximum limit of 85 and 95. But there are other case notes that may be applicable as we go forward.
Oh, well, the measurement changes at the complainant's property line since it's residential. At that time, it'll be 60 dBA and 70 dBc, but the existing is...
I don't believe that's the case, but I think you found the sound level inconclusive.
Not for this particular case, no. At the complainant's property line, yes, but 5
so
feet
the
from the
ordinance
subject
says
property
that
line.
one should, we're not talking about the merits, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, we've got the video, obviously,
Yeah,
to play
and
first.
this
for
is
your-
the same situation for the
Understood.
record of being a citation that was never appealed. So I'm going to impose the fine of $500. Now we'll get to the new business cases.
Page 2, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 250-30564, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC, posted at property 4625, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 12, 2025, following the neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 185-54281 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed. Section 17-7, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection I.
I apologize for interrupting the inspector. As these are listed on new business, we have to go from the bottom up because the first case references the 2 cases below it. So unfortunately that it doesn't make sense
Right,
to show.
I had that same challenge.
Actually, it's the case in the middle that should go first.
No, this is the case in the middle.
And they
It is the
reference,
case in the middle?
Yes.
and they do reference overlapping inspection reports linking cases. Are these citation cases? I only saw references to inspection reports.
Yeah, so the 3 new business are inspection reports because we're seeking a higher fine than the 5. The first 2 was $250, $500.
So an
the
inspection report is a notice of violation?
Yes, because we're seeking a higher fine than the $500. So for this case, it will be $1,000.
So you read the red one?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
So yeah, we're gonna
348.
we're gonna go to 348 first, then 503 at the bottom, then 564 at the top. Apologies for.
Page 2, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE 250-30348, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 12, 2025, following the neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 185-54281 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed. Section 17-7, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection I. There is noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits of 95 dBc from Monday through
Thursday between 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. This violation is irreversible in nature and recurring per case CE 250-30124 and case CE 250-30224. And as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not the violation can apply to impose and fines an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $1,000. This concludes my testimony.
And this, you got the video?
Yes.
Okay. All right, once again, Courtney,
Yep.
please.
Courtney Crush on behalf of LAD, the property owner.
Okay.
So with respect to this inspection report, again, it wasn't clear from the testimony whether there was compliance. It looks like the case said it was complied. Was there a time to comply?
No. Considering it's the nature is irreversible, it's a automatic fine. They did comply after having a conversation. Anytime there is a violation observed, we do make contact with ownership.
Okay, and they did take action?
Yes.
Okay. Again, Your Honor, this is a special entertainment district. We have a property owner, which, and I can hand to you the list of calls that were made, are essentially usually within the DBC and are within the DBA maximums, popular or not. I mean, given this, the number of people during this 6-week period, they did comply when approached and adjust it. I think this was a learning curve under the new meters. And I think that, first of all, treating it as irreparable is inaccurate. And I think that the actions of the property owner to, again, welcome spring breakers, as the city does, to Fort Lauderdale Beach for the 6-week period would not warrant imposition of such a possible maximum fine.
Anything else from the city? All right. I find that there is an irreversible nature of this type of violation because once the noise exceeds, they can't go back and repair that. And I also find that this is a recurring violation and that the violation exists, and I am going to fine $750.
Understood, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next case, page 2, case number Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE250-30503, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner L-Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach, LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 17, 2025, following a neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 185-84643 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed. Section 17-7, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection I. There is noise in excess of the permissible sound level limits of 95 dBc from Monday through Thursday between 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. This violation is irreversible in nature and recurring per case CE250-30124, CE250-30224, CE250-30348. And as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate, whether or not the violation complies, to impose fines in an amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $5,000. This concludes my testimony.
Your Honor, Courtney Crush, on behalf of Elad, the property owner. I'm not going to reiterate everything that I stated before. The owner is trying to adjust their behavior accordingly with the secondary measurement. Looked like they were doing so a little more successfully that time, and noting that in this case they were not exceeding the level as it was measured at the from the complainant's property.
Yeah, it looked to me like there was only one time that they exceeded it.
And those readers twice, two readings.
Two readings. Okay. All right. I'm going to find that the violation exists, but I'm only going to assess $1,000 because it looks like most of that time it was in compliance. So
appreciate it, Your Honor.
Okay, and I want to really just reiterate that of the complaints I saw, most of them were complaining about the base. And coming from the pool area.
Okay.
So this learning curve, I want to give you as much information as you can that you can go back to your client and say, this is how you can comply it. Some of the complaints that I read were actually saying, we know we bought in an entertainment section. We actually like sitting on our balcony and seeing young people enjoying themselves. But does it have to be that pounding noise all the time?
Understood. And we have discussed the pool area, and we're going to communicate this to the neighbors. I'm actually processing a site plan for this block, which will remove Rock Bar with residences, neither here nor there, but the owner is not going to operate the pool on a regular basis.
Okay.
He knows it's an irritant, so for spring break probably next year in Tortuga, but we'll communicate that to the neighbors because that does seem to be...
Some of the complaints even told me that they didn't hear as much noise from Tortuga that they hear from this place. So that really kind of caught my attention because I don't go near the place during Tortuga.
Yep. And again, I think it's the, I think the base seems globally
I know it's part of
understood.
Music of the day, let's say, but there are limits. Okay.
Yes, and I will continue to impress that upon the owner.
Okay, let's do the last one then.
Page 2, Inspector Fitzgerald Simmons, case number CE250-30564, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner El-Ad Fort Lauderdale Beach, LLC, posted at property 4625, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Senior Officer Fitzgerald Simmons presenting on behalf of Code Officer Robert Crock of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected on March 19, 2025, following a neighbor complaint via C-Click Fix number 186-01330 about loud music at Rock Bar, and the following violations were observed. Section 17-7, subsection 1, subsection C, subsection I. There is noise in excess of the permissible sound levels of 95 dBc from Monday through Thursday between 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. This violation is irreversible in nature and recurring per KCE 250-30124, CE 250-30224, CE 250-30348, and KCE 250-30503. And as such, this case will be presented before the special magistrate whether or not the violation complies, to impose fines in the amount up to $15,000 per occurrence. The city is seeking a one-time fine of $10,000. This concludes my testimony. My apologies, I want to amend my testimony. It was in violation of the A readings for this particular case. It exceeded 85 dBA, not 95 dBc.
Okay, can I see it again then? Okay. Explain again what the A readings are versus the other type reading.
So the A reading maximum level is 85. That's the triple. That's the in the heat of the night. And then so,
He means the high frequency
of the sound, whereas the C reading is the bass, the vibration.
Okay, so they weren't in violation of the bass, but they were in violation of the treble part.
Yes.
Which is progress.
It's progress.
Taking away the bass.
All right.
And it looked like they were hovering right at that 83, 87. I mean,
yes.
Yeah, I think that does show effort.
Okay, all right. State your name again for the record on this one.
Courtney Crush on behalf of El-Ad, the property owner.
All right, I'm going to assess a one-time fine of $1,500. And I think your client is getting there, but they have a neighbor problem.
They do.
And, you know, I always encourage to work with the neighbors, so.
And we shall. We're actually going to go meet with the neighborhood association, and following that, some individual buildings later in May.
Okay. All right.
Anyway,
thank
and
you.
message delivered. I appreciate everybody's time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Crush.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 240-90648, case address 506 Southeast 8th Street, owner Broward Maritime Institute and Adam Seligman. First heard 114.25 to comply by 311.25. One section complied at $100 per day. 4,100 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. Is the respondent here? For Maritime? Broward Maritime?
Magistrate,
Yes.
although she's already left, I do find error in the last case, and actually the city is going to withdraw the last case. And I will send Courtney an email after this hearing to let her know that
Okay,
the one
all right.
for 1,500, there is an error in the case, and so we withdraw.
Okay, so I will vacate that order.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, sir, we're gonna go to the next case. We'll recall you. You can sit on the front row. Thank you.
Next case, page 13. Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto presenting. Case number CE 2410071. Case address 2780 Southwest 2nd Court. Owner James L. Bisler. Posted at property 4325. Posted at 1 East Broad Road 41025.
Inspector Proto presenting for Inspector Moore. The property was first inspected on 10/30/24 and the following violations were observed. 9-308B has complied. 9-280 subsection 8 subsection 1, the fence on the property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The wooden fence has completely deteriorated and is overgrown with vegetation also. The garden wall above the house is stained with dirt and hard water stains. 9-306 has complied. 18-12 has complied. 9-305A has complied. Contact was made by Moore with the property regarding the violations. As of pre-hearing inspection on 4/23, the violations remain out of compliance. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, it appears we're having problems with getting the photographs up. Please state your name for the record.
James Bisler.
All right, Mr. Bisler. It looks like you've complied almost everything with the exception of the fence.
Correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to verify that that's all that was outstanding still.
Yeah, it looks to me that that's all that's outstanding. Could you agree to bring the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes, I actually am going to go into a contract with a company in the next couple of days. I should have it done by the end of May.
Okay, all right, wonderful. So I'm going to go ahead and enter the order of 63 days or $50 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, as sometimes we do with contractors, make sure you contact the inspector and request an extension so the fines won't begin to accrue.
Will do.
All right, thank you very much.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto presenting. Case number CE 240-70332. Case address 640 Southwest 28 Drive. Owner 800 LLC. First heard 130.25 to comply by 29.25, 214.25, and 327.25. One section complied to $100 per day. $1,000 has accrued, and the city is requesting $810.
Inspector Proto presenting for Inspector Moore. Case and address is read into the record. The case first came before Special Magistrate on 1/30/25. At Special Magistrate hearing on 1/30/25, Flynn ordered 15 days to comply or $250 a day thereafter for violation 9363. 10 days for 9-304B and 56 days for violation 305B, or a daily fine of $100 thereafter. Post-magistrate inspections were conducted on 2/18, 2/24, and 3/10, in which compliance was met. As a pre-hearing inspection on 4/23, the property remains in compliance. The city is requesting administrative fees of $810.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Robert Olenek on behalf of 800 LLC.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to city costs of $810?
Yes, so to be clear, it would have been $810 and a $1,000 fee? And they're reducing the $1,000 fee, or it's just $1,000 to $810?
It's from $1,000 to $810.
Okay, I mean, yeah, the inspector more said it would just be admin costs. I didn't expect it to be $810, so if there's a reduction that could be met there, then we would be seeking so.
I think it's fair for the city to get their costs back,
Okay.
considering how many violations there were. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Vanessa Willis. Case number CE 24110360. Case address 1250 Southwest 35th Avenue. Owner Eugene Grant. Posted at property 4525. Posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis, Co-Compliance Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 24110360 for the property located at 1250 Southwest 35th Avenue. The property was first inspected on November 15th, 2024, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 18-12.A, complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. Excuse me. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, missing and or sparse ground cover in the swell area and in various spots on the property. Violation 18-1, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, 2025, and violations 9-305B remains in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or $50 per day until compliance.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Eugene Grant.
Okay, Mr. Grant, looks like you did a good job complying 3 out of the 4 violations. Are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 63 days?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number... Next case, page 4, Inspector Vanessa Willis. Case number CE 2410024. Case address 1210 Northwest 2nd Street. Owner Muhammad Khan. Posted at property 4525. Posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2410024 for the property located at 1210 Northwest 2nd Street. The property was first inspected on October 1st, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-313.A, complied. Violation 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The gravel has weeds growing throughout and is worn out in certain areas. And violation 47-20.13.F. There is prohibited gravel at this multifamily property in the right-of-way. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, 2025, and all violations remain in non-compliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days in order to comply or a $100 fine per day until compliance.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Muhammad Khan.
Okay, it looks like the first one, the address numbers has been complied, but you still have the parking facility and the gravel. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the next 35 days?
Yes, we are actually working right now. We already have the permit. And
Good.
actually, that's not actually a current photo, but we already have. Actually, today is our engineering rough inspection also with the city. So maybe probably in about a week, or we will be in good condition.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So I'm going to order 35 days or $100 a day thereafter, and if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the
No
inspector.
problem. No
All
problem.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Owens.
Thank you.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250-10640, case address 1716 Southwest 13th Court. Owner, Roger Baker, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-10640 for the property located at 1716 Southwest 13th Court. The property was first inspected on January 16, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1. The wood fence at this property is in disrepair. The fence is stained and has broken and missing slats. The bamboo section of the fence has fallen over. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property and swale areas. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this RS8 zone property. The items being stored outdoors consist of, but is not limited to, multiple water tanks, wheelchair, wheelbarrows, cinder blocks, and other miscellaneous items. 9-280C. The walkway at the front of this property is in disrepair. The walkway pavers are broken, lifted, and many are missing. As of April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of sections 9-280H1, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-280C, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter, and 15 days to come into compliance of 18-12A, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay. Hello.
Hello,
Please state your name for the record.
Roger Baker.
Okay, Mr. Baker, are you in agreement to bring this property into compliance within the time limits the city is requesting?
Yes, I'm going to try my best to do
Okay.
it.
All right.
I've been
if you-
looking for contractors.
Okay. All right. Very good. But if you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector to request an extension. Sometimes it can be tricky working with contractors and
All right.
pulling permits, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Was that $50 a day thereafter? Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you.
Next case, page 20.
Are we ready for 5?
Next case, page 28, Inspector Gustavo Carra.
Go to a next.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24120464, case address 1496 Southwest 28th Ave, owner Charles W. Grogan Revocable Trust, Charles W. Grogan Trustee, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
He left, so let's move on.
Okay, good. Which case are you ready for?
Next case, page 39, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 240-90648, case address 506 Southeast 8th Street, owner Broward Maritime Institute, Inc., and Adam Seligman. First heard 1:14:25 to comply by 3:11:25. One section complied to $100 per day. 4,100 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read. This case first came before Special Magistrate on January 14th, where the evidence was presented and Magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on September 24th of 2024, and so far a total of 12 re-inspections have been done to the property. There were conversations by phone and in email and in person with the property owner and representative, and during these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that there is compliance on this case. We do have the owner's representative here with us.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Kevin Riley.
Okay, it looks like the property was out of compliance for 41 days at $100 a day. 4,100 has accrued. Why did it take so long?
This has been ongoing for a couple months now. I stepped in to assist the ownership. I'm a volunteer. It's a charitable organization. There was debate ongoing via email and phone conversations as to whether some of the items that were considered violations, if they were in fact violations. So we're now in agreement on everything, and we've complied with everything. But I think because there was a debate about several of the items, that really any fines should be waived at this point.
Okay, city's position?
Well, the position is actually to do the full amount. We have been in discussion that the property was being used to store these derelict vessels at first, and then I guess the property owner started to store some equipment, and obviously it's not permitted in the zoned area. They were going, and they do have a permit to demolish the property, but they wanted to use it as storage as well. So at the end of the day, Your Honor, you can't store this type of vehicles and equipment on this particular zoned area.
Okay.
We've accepted those final determinations, but it's not really giving the full story in that this was to be a vocational school in the marine industry. So we had a couple of boats there. We were told that those were in violation. I explained the situation. We were doing a vocational school. We were going to be using those crafts. It's a materials of use of the school. So that was being debated during the last month or so. We finally decided to just get them out of there. Okay. We were going to demolish the property. We moved some equipment there to stage for demolishing the property. And then there was the debate over these last several weeks of whether we're allowed to store the equipment there in anticipation of the demolition permit. Via email a few days ago, it was determined that we are not allowed to do that, so we immediately removed them.
Okay.
We had no idea there's any fines pending during these ongoing discussions.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $950. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And do we receive a document that
Yes,
confirms
you'll
we're
get an
now in
order.
complete compliance?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 250-20437, case address 2901 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Westcom Partners LLC and all others, and Freshwater Group LLC, personal service 41025, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2502-0437 for the property located at 2901 West Commercial Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on February 18, 2025, and cited for the following violations. 47-194D8. The dumpster enclosure at this property shopping center is not being maintained. There are missing parts, including but not limited to doors and slats that are missing or are in disrepair. 4722-3U1, the window signs at the commercial establishments on this shopping center location property exceeds the 20% of the surface of the windows. These establishments are including but not limited to the JHL Global Services LLC, the Commercial Tax, Spa Place, Nation's Liquor Store, Sushi, Arcane Tattoo, Cream Beauty Bar. 4722-3V5 has complied. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to gutters, light fixtures, and bollards. 9-305A has complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. There are walkways that are of the exterior property that needs to be washed and or cleaned as well. 15-28, the business tax at this shopping center location are operating without a current year business tax receipt. These businesses are, but not inclusive to, are included: Nation's Liquor, Porto Havana Cuban Cuisine, Able Insurance, El Portal Maya. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris in and around this property and on its swale, including but not limited to the rear of the property, front of the property where shrubbery is located. There's overgrowth at the rear of the property, miscellaneous trash and debris in and around the shopping center. 24-29A, there is trash scattered in and about the dumpster enclosures. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPF via first class mail on February 18, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. I have been in contact recently with the property manager. Special magistrate request form sent on March 20th and scheduled for today's special master. The pre-hearing inspection was carried out on April 22nd, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations that have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 4719-4D8, 30 days. For 4722-3U1, 30 days. For 9-280B, 90 days. 9-306, 90 days. 15-28, 56 days. For 18-12A, 15 days. For 24-29A, 15 days. Or a daily fine of $150 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence, and we have the representative of the shopping center with us today.
Good morning, Daryl Bencomo.
Okay.
How are you?
Sir, please state your name again for me.
Daryl Bencomo.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time limits requested by the city?
Yeah, that's not a problem. I just wanted to add their, most of the businesses have obtained their BTRs already. So if he double checks that part, he'll find that they've come into compliance. I will also add in some of the pictures you're showing here on the rear of the property, that property back there with those encroaching trees does not belong to us. It belongs to the city of Fort Lauderdale for, I guess, water management. And, you know, we did cut them back, but I don't feel it should be our responsibility to take care of, you know, a city property.
Is that their responsibility?
Your Honor, I've spoken to him in the past and told him that to cut the area that is actually protruding onto, or the shrubbery that is protruding onto his area.
I've never spoken to you, sir. I've never spoken to you.
I can only hear one person at a time, sir.
No problem.
Then I apologize. The person that has spoken to me over the phone, I have actually told them that it's cut only what is protruding onto the property, and I will actually comply that particular area. There are signs, as he noted, as the person that I spoke to over the phone noted, and I told him just cut or clean up the area that is on your side. Yes, I understand. And he has actually done so.
Right.
The issue is that now your tenants, or the tenants that are in there, actually putting their trash outside, and one of them actually started pulling cables and stuff and just threw it out there in the back. So that's why I haven't technically complied the violation,
Okay.
because there's still some miscellaneous trash and debris at the rear of the property.
Not a problem. Also, some of the trash that's back there, again, I'm going to take care of the issues, but some of the trash back there has a lot to do with, there's a lot of homeless activity inside those trees. And if there's any help that I can get from the city in regards to that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Yes, the gentleman actually did, that I spoke to over the phone, I provided actually the phone number for the homeless outreach program that we have in the city. Also, I asked him to email me, which I haven't received any email, so I can actually actually introduce him to one of our detectives that actually takes care of that. So we are willing to help. The city is willing to help, but again, the gentleman that I spoke to hasn't reached out after that particular day.
I'll take care of that today. I'll email you personally.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
I
Your
appreciate
Honor,
it. Thank you.
Before we go, I want to make some corrections for the days that are.
yeah.
So we're going back to the 4719 4 D8, 35 days. 4722 3U1, 35 days. For 9-28B, 91 days. For 9-306, 91 days. 15-28, 63 days. 18-12A and 24-25A, 15 days, for a daily fine of $150 for each of the violations that exist.
Okay. One more question. You said part of that the property itself, like the structure, you said was in disrepair. Do you have any pictures of that you can
Yes,
show me?
actually, that one right there in particular. The city ordinance actually says that you have to have a uniform coloring. I guess there was a sign there before and decided not to paint the overall.
Okay, so basically it's a painting violation.
It's a painting, yes. It has to be uniform and all the paint has to be matched. Where you have the pizzeria, there's a different colors and shades of stuff. And again, all of this conversation I've had, I thought it was you that I spoke to over the phone. I had with the gentleman that was over the phone. Yes, sir.
What about the disrepair part? You said also.
There are some gutters that are on the side, also on the pizzeria side, you can actually see that are in disrepair.
Okay.
The gutters are either falling or they have fallen, and basically they require attention.
Excuse me. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Might I suggest that the code officer can meet you at the property if you would like, and you guys can do a walkthrough of the property to have a better understanding?
I'll email him today, and we'll make an appointment to go out there and just go over a few things.
Okay, thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
We're recalling the case on page 25, Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 250-10640, case address 1716 Southwest 13th Court.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-10640 for the property located at 1716 Southwest 13th Court. The property was first inspected on January 16, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 9-280H1. The wood fence at this property is in disrepair. The fence is stained and has broken and missing slats. The bamboo section of the fence has fallen over. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, and debris on the property and swale areas. 47-34.1.A.1. There is illegal outdoor storage occurring at this RS8 zone property. The items being stored outdoors consist of, but is not limited to, multiple water tanks, wheelchair, wheelbarrows, cinder blocks, and other miscellaneous items. 9-280C. The walkway at the front of this property is in disrepair. The walkway pavers are broken, lifted, and many are missing. As of pre-hearing inspection, April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. So the city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance of section 9-280H1, 47-34.1.A.1, and 9-280C or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter. And the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of 18-12A, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name again.
Roger Baker.
Okay, are you in agreement with the new and improved numbers?
Yes, thank you very much. Okay.
All right, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 25020532, case address 221 Southwest Avenue, PFL, owner PMG Graybrook Riverfront 2 LLC, personal service delivered 4125, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 25020532 for the property located at 221 Southwest First Avenue, PFL. Inspection of the property was performed by Business Tax Inspector Brian Wilkinson on February 19th and cited for the following violation. 15-28, the business Hemingways at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPI via first class mail on February 19, allowing 20 days to come into compliance. I believe the business tax officer has actually been in contact with the tenants and the owner, and special magistrate request form sent on March 10th is scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection on Excella was carried out on April 22nd, and basically no business tax has been received as of April 22nd. The city is requesting 63 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence that the business is operating.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Jonathan Trumpman, General Counsel on behalf of the owner of the property. I'll let my tenants speak on the business tax receipt. I'm here mostly because I want to make sure that the plans that the city has, everything's in order, because my understanding from our tenant is that when he tried to file the BTR, they didn't have the plans for the pool level, which is where it's located. And so we pulled the microfilm from the city and have it with us showing the plans and everything. And so I'll let him speak to exactly what transpired with him, but I just want to make sure that for our purposes, the landowner, that everything with the city is in order.
Can we verify that?
Give us one moment, Magistrate, please.
Okay.
We can look it up.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Please state your name for the record.
Aaron Lewis.
Okay. Are you in agreement, Mr. Lewis, to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Can I first speak on what actually occurred and why we're here?
You can, certainly.
Okay. So we attempted to do this many times over the course of 2.5 years. The city kept rejecting our application for a business tax receipt or a business tax license. We do have one for the county, stating that level, that amenity level of the building, according to their plans, does not exist. And we brought to the city signed, sealed, perforated plans, all approximately 300 pounds of them. They said they don't know how we have those, that they don't have them on record, and we went round and round and round. And then as of 2 days ago, we have confirmed that the city has now found said plans and, I guess, registered them correctly. So previous to this, we could not be in compliance because they would not allow us.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that. So 63 days now that you've gotten that out of the way should be sufficient?
Correct.
Okay. And
That is accurate, as
Okay.
he stated. And yes, the 63 days, we're fine with it.
all right, 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24120-464, case address 1496 Southwest 28th Ave, owner Charles Grogan Revocable Trust.
We called that case before they've left.
Thank you.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Bovary Exantas, Vanessa Willis presenting, case number CE 240-40717, case address 1518 Northwest 14th Street, owner H. Wesley Johnson Revocable Trust, H. Wesley Johnson trustee, first heard 130.25 to comply by 327.25. Two sections complied at $100 per day. $400 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount. So we never heard that. Whenever we're done, I have to make notes.
Vanessa Willis on behalf of Bovary Exantas, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240-40717 for property located at 1518 Northwest 14th Street. The case was first heard on January 30th, 2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 28 days to correct all violations at the property. At this time, 9-305B remains in violation, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines and to continue to accrue until the property is bought. Am I right? Am I wrong?
This is all in compliance. 1518? Northwest 14th Street?
Magistrate, I'm sorry, Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The agenda is incorrect. The landscape maintenance violation is still not in compliance. It is the only remaining violation, and the city is not opposed to an extension to bring that last violation into compliance.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Bruton.
Okay, looks like we've gotten mostly compliant.
Would the gentleman like to
Yes.
state his name for the record?
Enzo Silva.
Okay.
This gentleman is
Thank
here
you.
just to, as a learning experience, to see what goes on in the city and to hopefully one day serve as a employee with the city, maybe doing some work with the city or being involved with.
We'd love to have him.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so it looks like most of this is in compliance. How much more time do you need for the landscape?
We would like to request 60 days, and only because we're having a problem with the abutting owner who's parking in the swell area. We are going to go through some legal processes. He has been adamant about the fact that he's not going to move his truck for us to be able to do some landscaping in that area. However, the other areas we're going to take care of, but we just want to be able to take some kind of legal process to avoid having that occur.
All right, city object to 63 days? Okay, 63 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice to meet you both.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 250-20719, case address 2940 Northwest 24th Street, owner Alicia Forbes, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 250-20719, case address 2940 Northwest 24th Street. The property was inspected on 2/26/25, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles on the property, a gold Chevy plate number BNC698 with expired tag 920. Also a blue, silver, red, unknown make with flat tires and no motor. 9-305B, the landscape on this property is not being maintained in neat, well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass, and the paved driveway is in disrepair with crack stains, potholes, and needs to be repaired or resurfaced. BCC 39-275, subsection 6, subsection B has complied. An inspection report was posted on 2/26/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 4/2/25. As a pre-hearing inspection on 4/22, the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-4C or $50 a day, and the city is also requesting 35 days or $50 a day thereafter for each remaining violation.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Alicia Forbes.
Okay. Ms. Forbes, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time requested by the city?
Well, as I was telling the officer, when I came back to take care of my mother at the home full-time, a lot of expenses came with and sacrifices came with taking care of my mother. I had to let go of my warehouse. Those are my antique cars. The one with the motor, with no motor, I moved that one already. Everything else has been cleaned up and moved. But I literally been doing the best I can on my own. It's been a lot. But I have pictures of what it looked like now. It doesn't look like that at all. But everything the 3 cars that's in the driveway are driving vehicles. The one with no motor, I can understand, and I moved that immediately. I thought this was actually appealed already because I didn't understand the process of how this works. So, yeah.
Okay, so the one with no motor, you will move within the next 10 days.
No, I moved everything.
Yes,
I can show you pictures of what it looks like now.
So we'll grant the 10 days to give the inspector a chance to come out and re-inspect the area. Now, the landscape on the property.
Meaning what? I have a picture of what it looks like now. I did the best I can. I got the grass cut and I trimmed up the hedges a little bit. I don't know what other. I'm doing the best I can on my own. It's hard.
I understand.
I know it may not look like my rich neighbors that's retired, but I'm trying my best.
Okay, what about the vehicles parked on the grass area?
There's nothing parked on the grass area anymore.
Okay, all right.
I moved all the other stuff. I moved the jet ski. But like I was saying, in the process, I was telling her why I was there in the first place because I had to move out my warehouse because I couldn't
all right, so I'm going to grant the city the 35 days just so they can go out and verify that the vehicles are no longer parked on the grass area. With regard to the landscaping, I'll give you more time on that. I'll give you 63 days, and if you run into a problem...
I may need more time. Honestly, I need more time than that because, to be realistic, I have been paying my mother's taxes even when I wasn't living there to take care of her. But after it got in my name, before it was like $1,100 every year. It's $7,000, and I just got my mother's house out of foreclosure. So
Okay,
I'm really trying my best.
All right, I'll give you we'll do 91 days, and if you run into a problem, contact the inspector.
Okay.
Any objections to that?
The only objection I have, Magistrate, is to the derelict vehicles. That is 10 days, and I'm not sure if they're running or not.
I don't have any more.
Everything has the proper tax?
Everything else is running good.
And the tax have to be valid, too.
I haven't renewed the tag since my birthday. I can't lie. I'm trying to get my mother's house out of foreclosure. That's not my main priority, the vehicles, even though it's not something I want to lose because, I've been doing body work and painting cars with my dad since I was 5 years old. So it's
Understandable. We'll go up to 35. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So the 10-day one, she said she already removed.
No, I moved the other one. The one with the one that makes
the one with no motor was right. Right. Yes. Yeah. All you have to do is register them.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I believe supervisor will speak to you.
So I just deal with the officer and I don't have to come back here,
yeah,
right?
Well, if you get everything done within the time frame allowed, then, which is 10 days on 18-4C, which you say is already complied. What?
All right. For the record, we're fine with the 35 days.
Okay.
Because it's not fully into compliance because it's more than just the one vehicle with the motor missing.
Okay, all right. So 35 days on the vehicles and 91 days for the landscape or $50 a day thereafter. Okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
And speak with supervisor before you leave. All right.
Next case, page 24, Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE 241203333. Case address 1967 Southwest 28th Ave. Owner Jose M. Berenger. Posted at property 4225. Posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20333 for the property located at 1967 Southwest 28th Avenue. The property was first inspected on December 14, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the driveway is in disrepair. The driveway has areas that are cracked and damaged. Furthermore, there is a boat trailer parked on the lawn area. 9-306, the fascia has areas of black stains and missing paint. 18-12A, complied. As of April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of section 9-304B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Jose Manuel Berenguer IV.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes, so the stains on the fascia have already been removed. The driveway is currently under construction. They started 2 days ago. The boat's it's already been removed. It's gonna come back when the driveway's done. It's gonna be parked on the driveway, not on the grass anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I need to come back again, or how does this work?
When everything is completed, make sure you contact the inspector so that he can go out and re-inspect.
Okay.
And as long as you don't go past that 35 days, there'll be no fines. You won't have to come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Next case, page 5. Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 241-00535. Case address 824 Northwest 19th Avenue. Owner, Matty L. Boscott Estate. Posted at property 4225. Posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 241-00535 for the property located at 824 Northwest 19th Avenue. The property was first inspected on 10/23/2024 and given time to correct for the following violations. 18-4C, complied. 18-4C, my correction. 18-4C has complied. There are derelict vehicles on the swell of the property. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 230-70091 in regarding a Dodge four-door vehicle with no engine. 47 TAC 34 1.A.1 has complied. There's illegal land use occurred on the property. Items including but not limited to gas canisters, buckets, car parts, and appliances. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 230-70091. Violation 9 TAC 305B has not complied. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover. 9 TAC 306 complied. 9 TAC 308 complied on 11/27/2024. My prior hearing inspection was conducted on 4/21/2025, and a violation 9 TAC 305B remains depicted on the photos for the record. The city is requesting compliance within 35 days for violation 9 TAC 305B or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is requesting a finding of fact for the violations 18.4C, 47, Tag 34.1.A.1. I would like to submit my file and case folders for the court. We have been working together, and he's been in compliance with me and going out as well.
Okay, good. Please state your name for the record,
Cornelius
sir.
Sabosky.
Okay, looks like you've gotten a lot of things done. Unfortunately, with the recurring violation with the vehicles and the storing things outside, what the city's asking me to do, because it's a recurring violation, is just to, enter a finding of fact that the violation existed. I will not fine you today, but what that means is if it happens again, then you will be fined. Okay?
Yeah, I got the gates locked. I got
okay, so so the only
sibling of 12. I got a lot of nieces and nephews. They come and they just, I got the gate locked now, so
okay, good.
I don't think we have that to worry about. I asked for more time to put the grass down. And,
perfect.
We can go from there.
Okay, so all there's left to do is the landscaping.
Yes, ma'am.
So are you in agreement to do that
Yes,
within the
ma'am.
next 35 days?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, 35 days or $50 a day thereafter. Thank you.
Oh, you gonna give me $50?
No. No such luck.
Next case, page 46. Inspector Bovary Exantus, Guy Sardaman presenting. Case number CE 240500046. Case address 1843 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner WSC Coastline Properties LLC. First heard 130.25 to comply by 227.25. One section complied to $100 per day. 5,006. One section not complied at $100 per day. 5,600 is accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Guy Soderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240-50046 for the property located at 1843 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This case was first heard on 1/30/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city. The property owner was ordered 28 days to correct the violation. A notice of the hearing was posted on the property on 4/4/2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 4/21/25. And a re-inspection also was conducted on 4/23/24. Revealed the property remains in violation at this time. The violation remains, and the city is requesting a full imposition of fines to continue to accrue until compliance is met.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello, Arthur Bartholomew. I'm the property owner. Excuse me.
Property manager, is that
Property owner.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, looks like you've complied most of this. We still have the landscaping. Why is that taking so long?
So I have emails here, and I've been in touch with Inspector Exantus and the city. So our impression was we did get this in compliance. I actually have emails here where we were directed after the January 30th meeting. We had their pictures there that specifically said the swale. And then we had one issue with the swale. If you see previous pictures, there was a car parked in the swale, which we cannot tow because it's city or county property. It was towed. We planted bahia grass, and every time we've come out, it's from our impression, the goalpost has moved a little bit. And my emails here, please come. We've done exactly what you've took pictures to do, and we've spent $3,000 on sod so far. And I have water bills too to show our tenants been watering it. We're paying them extra money, so I'm happy to work with the city. It's just.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Hi. Good morning. Supervisor Cloyne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I spoke with him earlier, and he did express that he was confused on what needed to be done for the grass, and I explained to him everything needs to be done if it's in violation. However, he wanted the officer to go back out there to show him what needs to be completed. They have done a lot, but there are still some areas that are not completed. So the city wouldn't oppose a very small 15-day extension with a stay of fines. So this way he can just get it completed. And I'm going to have Inspector Siderman meet him out at the property.
Okay, all right. So 15-day extension, and I'll suspend the fines during that time. The inspector will come out and meet you so that you be assured you're both on the same page.
So my concern or question is from January 30th till today, so that's accruing.
The fines have accrued to $5,600, but they haven't been imposed yet, okay? So once the property is in compliance, the fines, and you can either apply for amnesty, which will bring the fines down to like 10%, or you can come before me and request a reduction in the fines, and we can do it that way.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 21. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250108884, case address 1713 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Stanley Pakowski, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250108884 for the property located at 1713 Northwest 9th Avenue. The property was first inspected on January 25th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, complied. 9-280H1, complied. 9-308B, there is a blue tarp on the roof. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior walls and fascia that have orange and black stains. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. There are holes in the driveway and areas of missing asphalt. 47-21.16.A, complied. 9-280C, the walkway is in disrepair. There are areas of the walkway and front porch that have cracks and stains. 9-278E, there are hurricane shutters covering some of the windows of this occupied residential property. 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved address numbers. 25-4, complied. As of pre-hearing inspection, April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 126 days to come into compliance of section 9-308B, 9-306, 9-304B, and 9-280C, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter, and 15 days to come into compliance of section 9-278E and 9-313A, or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stanley Pakowski.
Okay, Mr. Pakowski, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Are you in agreement with bringing the property into compliance within 126 days or face a fine of $50 a day, except for the hurricane shutters and the address numbers of $15 a day or $50 a day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Next case, page 37. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2405028, case address 5660 Northeast 17th Terrace, owner Marina and Brandon Taylor Thixton. First heard 11425 to comply by 12425 and 31125. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day. 13,300 is accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2405028, address 5660 Northeast 17th Terrace. This case was first heard on January 24th, 2025 for the following violations. All remaining violations have not complied, and the city at this present moment will request the full amount to be imposed. But however, this morning the property owner presented photos that shows that were taken yesterday April 23rd, 2025. At this present moment, I will request a 10-day extension to go out and review what she's presented, and we'll do a stay of fines. And at that time frame, if what I find that the property is not invalid, that it's not in compliance, that's when the fines will start to accrue.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, Marina Tixton. MARINATHIXTON, Tixton.
Okay. Are you in agreement for me to give you an extension of 10 days so the inspector can come out and re-inspect the property and hopefully comply the property?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
All right. And I will suspend the fines during that time. Once the property's in compliance, though, you're probably going to have to come back for another hearing on the fines that have already accrued, okay?
I was sick. I was 2 months. I was still infection, and I've been in painkillers and antibiotics because I have bronchitis after. So 2 months I was in a bed.
Okay. I will take all of that into consideration once the property is brought into compliance, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Can we do a mandatory reappearance of the 10 days, please?
Yes.
Plus I had car accident and I need surgery, but I couldn't do surgery until I fix this problem. So I had low back. I
When's
need
my next
surgery.
hearing?
May 4th for the 10 days?
May 9th is... All right. And I'm going to issue order to reappear on May 13th. And we'll take care of the other issues.
Thank you very much. Really, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Next case, page 44. Inspector Bovary Exantos, Guy Siderman presenting. Case number CE 240600271. Case address 1016 Northwest 10th Terrace. Owner Alejandro Paez. First heard 1:30:25 to comply by 8:13:25 and 8:13:24 and 2:27:25. 3 sections complied at $100 per day. $1,000 has accrued, and the city's requesting $801.
Right. Well, I did 10 days, but it should be up to.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240600271 for the property located at 1016 Northwest 10th Terrace. This case was first heard on 1/30/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 28 days to correct all violations on this property. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting a full imposition of fines. The city is requesting a reduction of fines to the administrative cost of $801.
Okay.
Good
Please
morning,
state your
everybody.
name for the record.
Mauricio Paez.
Mr. Paez, are you in agreement to the reduction of fine to city costs of $801?
Yes, I was actually hoping if we could bring the fine down. We had a problem, and we took like 3-4 days more to comply. We've been trying to do our best to have that property in accordance. I have Exantus' phone number. I'm keeping in touch 100% with the property. We already have a lot of additional costs that we have had to bring this together. So even though it's a low fine, I would say, compared to what I've heard, but I'm hoping if this time, you can maybe cut us some slack or help us out with the fine. Like I said, I'm rechecking, we don't live in the property, but I'm having like double eyes on the property, and I'm trying to make sure this won't happen again, so if
Okay. Anything
you
else
can
from the
help me
city? Okay. Considering how many violations there are, and the city's only asking for their costs back of $801, I think that's fair. Okay.
That's the city right there.
All right. Thank you very much.
Hi, city. All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay.
This concludes our case with respondents. We'll take a 10-minute break.
So this will be 19 days? Okay. the food is here.
Yeah, but let's just do it first.
Okay.
We're going to be here too long. Guys, we're starting. We're starting. We're just about to. Hello, everyone. Hello. We're going to start the second part of the hearing.
We'll resume the hearing. First case, page 3, Inspector John Claude Noel, Gail Williams presenting. Case number CE 250-10186, case address 1901 North Federal Highway, owner JJJ Revocable Trust, SPI TSA East Fort Lauderdale LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good morning, Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting. Okay, it's on. Presenting case CE 250-10186 for property located at 1901 North Federal Highway. This property was first inspected on January 7, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there is a public nuisance violation occurring in this parking lot consisting of 3 shopping carts overflowing with trash and litter spread throughout the parking lot and alley. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 18-1 or a fine of $250 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 3, Inspector John Claude Noel, Gail Williams presenting, case number CE 250-20641, case address 724 Northeast 16th Street, owner Lyons and Company LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Senior Code Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 250-02641 for property located at 724 Northeast 16th Street. This property was first inspected on February 22nd, 2025, for the following violations were observed. 47-21.15.A.3. Trees in one abrica palm cluster were removed without a permit. It shall be unlawful to remove a tree without first obtaining a tree removal permit. The city is requesting 63 days to comply for violation 47-21.15A or a fine of $100 per day after, and a fine of total $150 for each tree removed, totaling $600.
So ordered.
Thank you. The fine of totaling $600 is he stated that it was based on per tree for removal.
Okay, and the time is 63 days, did you say?
Yes.
Okay. 63 days or $100 a day thereafter. So
Yes.
ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Guy Sardeman, case number CE 241105571, case address 727 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner NFU Properties LLC, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110571 for the property located at 727 Northwest 15th Ave. The property was first inspected on 1/15/2025 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9-TAC 305B complied, 9-TAC 304 complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation from case CE 210900066, and this case will be presented to Special Magistrate whether or not the compliance is met prior to the hearing. 9-TAC 306 complied, 1812 complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation from case CE 210900066, and this case will be presented to the Special Magistrate whether or not the compliance is met prior to the hearing. 18-TAC 4C complied. However, this is a reoccurring violation from case CE 210900066. In this case, will be presented to the Special Magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. 9-TAC 363 complied. 4/23/25. This case is requesting a finding of fact for the violations 9-TAC 304B, 18-TAC 12A, and 18-TAC 4C. I'd like to submit my case, file, and photos for the court.
So ordered.
Page 7, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 25010791, case address 2541 Northwest 18th Court, owner Rock 21 Investment LLC, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Brown Road, 41025.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 25010791, case address 2541 Northwest 18th Court. The property was inspected on 1/22/25 and the following violations were observed. 24-27 subsection B has complied. There was waste containers left outside the property. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026 and will be presented. 9-363 has complied. 9-305 has complied. 18-12A has complied. There's overgrown trash and debris on the property. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026. 9-305 has complied. Landscape on the property had bare and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026. 9-306 has complied. The exterior walls have not been maintained. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026. 9-280 subsection H subsection 1 has complied. The chain link fence and wood fence on the property was in disrepair. This is a reoccurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026. 18-1 has complied. 9-304B has complied. There were vehicles parked on the grass and the driveway was in disrepair. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 22101026. An inspection report was posted on 1/22/25. A notice of hearing was posted on 4/2/25. As of pre-hearing inspection on 4/9, the property is now in compliance. The city is seeking finding of fact for violations 27-27, 24-27B, 1812A, 906, 9-306, 9-304B, and 9-305B, and 9-380, subsection 8, subsection 1.
Okay, all right. So just so make sure we have it straight, going in the order that's on the agenda, 9-305B is a finding of fact for a recurrent violation.
Yes.
9-280H1 is also a finding of fact for a recurring violation.
Yes.
9-304B is also a finding of fact for a recurring violation.
Yes.
9-306 is also a finding of fact. And 9-12A is also a finding of fact. The others have complied.
And you missed 24-27B is also finding of fact. And 18-12A is also finding of fact.
Okay, 18, yeah. Okay, 18-12A
12A.
is a finding of fact.
Yeah, and 24-27B. So there's 5.
Right.
6.
1, 2, 3,
Four.
4, 5, 6. I
Yeah,
have.
6.
6. Okay,
Finding of fact.
so ordered.
Thank you.
Page 8, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 250-20583, case address 1100 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner Lucas Pelaez Aguilar, posted at property 41025, posted at 1 East Broad Road 41025.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250-20583, address 1100 Northwest 7th Avenue. This case was first cited on February 20th, 2025 for the following violations. 18-12A. There is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property and or is it swell. This is a reoccurring violation per case CE 24060-625 and will be brought before a special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing for finding of fact. 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the front of the property. This is a reoccurring violation per case CE 23100-624 and will be brought before a special magistrate whether or not compliance is met or not prior to the hearing for finding of fact. 24-7B, complying. A pre-hearing inspection conducted on April 22nd, 2025, and violation 18-12A and 9-305B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 18-12A and 63 days for 9-305B, or a daily fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 9, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 241200054, case address 1305 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Tia Commercial LLC, posted at property 4525, posted at 1 East Broad Road 41025.
Vanessa Willis, Community Enhancement, and this is for case CE 241200054 for the property located at 1305 Northwest 2nd Street. The property was first inspected on October 1st, 2024, and given time to correct the following violations. Violation 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking area has cracks and is discolored. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint and discolored walls. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the back and rear sides of the property. Violation 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and litter on this property and or its swell. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, complied. Violation 24-7B, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, 2025, and violations 47-20.20.H and 47-20.13.F remain in noncompliance as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply with 47-20.20H, 9-306, and 9-305B, or $100 per day, and 10 days to comply with 18-12A, or $100 per day.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto presenting, case number CE 241-00479, case address 130 Florida Ave, owner SRP Sub LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Inspector Proto presenting for Inspector Moore. Case and address is read into the record. The property was first inspected on 10/22 and the following violations were observed. 18-1, there is roof storage consisting of clothing, plastic bags, and miscellaneous furniture. This is a reoccurring violation. Case number CE 2307-0275. 18-12A has complied. There was trash, litter, and debris on the property. This is a reoccurring violation per case number CE 2307-0275. 9-305B has complied. 9-280 subsection 8 subsection 1 has complied. 47-39A1B subsection 6 subsection B has complied. There are outside storage tires filled with bottles, plastic bags, and miscellaneous items. This is a reoccurring violation as per case CE 2307-0275. 18-4C has complied. There are derelict vehicles on the property. There is also derelict vehicles in the driveway. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 2307-0275. 9-304B has complied. As for pre-hearing inspection on 4/3/25, the property is in compliance. The city is requesting a finding of fact for 18-1, 18-12A, 47-39A1B subsection 6 subsection B, and 18-4C.
So ordered.
Page 11, Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto presenting, case number CE 25010184, case address 320 Kansas Avenue, owner Bimini Fred Holdings Company, Inc., posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Inspector Proto presenting for Inspector Moore. The property was first, case and address is read into the record. The property was first inspected on 10/22/24 and the following violations were observed. 47-39A1B subsection 6B has complied. 18-1, there is under roof storage on the property creating a public nuisance. This is a recurring violation as per case number CE 22010309. 18-12A has complied. There was trash and debris on the property. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 22010309. 9-280 subsection 8 subsection 1. The fence on the property is in disrepair and not maintained. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 22100309. 9-304B. There are derelict vehicles parked on the property and boats and jet skis. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 22010309. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being well maintained and has dead and missing ground cover. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 22010309. 9-305 has complied. There's overgrowth material on the right-of-way. This is a reoccurring violation as per case number CE 22010309. 47-39A1B subsection 9 subsection E subsection 1 has complied. 9-303, failure to register for residential dwelling in the city. There has been no contact with the owner. As of pre-hearing inspection on 4/23, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For violations 18-1 and 9-304B, 10 days or $100 a day per violation thereafter. For violations 9-280 subsection H1 and 9-304B and 9-305B, 35 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
How many days on those?
She's asking 35 days.
35 days or $100 a day thereafter for 9-280, 9-304B, and 9-305B.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh. Okay. 9-305B,
I don't know why she
is
has it.
that 10
Okay.
days or 35 days?
She has both numbers there, so just do the 35 days for 9-305B.
All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's printed twice, but that's fine.
All right.
That's
so
good.
35 days.
Yeah, that's good. Sorry about that.
All right. And 10 days for 18-1 and 304B, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Or $100 a day.
No. 304B, we already said it was 35 days because she had it twice. So we're only going to ask for violation 18-1,
Okay.
the
Sorry.
10 days or $100 a day.
Okay. Got it. So ordered.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it for you? I can. Okay. So we're going to do finding of fact for 18-1,
Right.
finding of fact for 18-12A. Okay.
It says
18-12A is
complied.
compliant. That's what it says on her sheet.
18-12A is complied. Okay.
Special Magistrate, maybe I can clarify it.
Yeah, thank you.
She's asking for the recurring violations, whether they're complied or not. So that's not the, that doesn't
There's
matter.
a finding, if they're not in compliance, there's a finding of fact.
Right, but for 18-1, 9-280H1, 9304B, and 9305B, those are all recurring violations. So if they're complied or not, we want the recurring, the finding of fact. And then she asked for the 35 days or $100 thereafter for the 9280H1, the 9304B, and the 9305B. 18-1 was 10 days.
Okay. It's always been my understanding that when it's not in compliance and it's a recurring violation, we don't need to do a separate finding of fact because we're going
Right.
to have a finding of fact
Necessarily by the finding of the violation.
by
Yes,
the
ma'am.
finding of the violation.
That's correct.
When we use a separate finding of fact is when it's a recurring violation and the case has been complied.
Correct.
That's always
I
been
mean,
my
I
understanding.
just thought
that is correct.
Yes. There was some confusion though, so I don't understand. I mean, that's our verbiage that we use, that we ask for the recurring violation whether or not it's complied or not, but yes, true. Correct.
96363, the registry.
That's $15 or $100 a day thereafter.
15 days or $100 a day thereafter for that.
Correct.
one. Okay, I've got it.
I got it. Thank you.
Page 12, Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto presenting. Case number CE 24110610, case address 520 Southwest 28th Drive. Owner Atendo Cherry and Frank Cherry. Posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broad Road 41025.
Inspector Proto presenting for Inspector Moore. Property and address is read into the record. The property was first inspected on 10/30/24 and the following violations were observed. 27-7B has complied. 9-304B has complied. 9-280 subsection H subsection 1 has complied. 18-12A has complied. 9-313A has complied. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a well-neat appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-1, there is under roof storage consisting of love seat, kitchen table. The property is creating a nuisance and not being maintained. Contact with the property owner regarding the violations. As a pre-hearing inspection on 423, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 18-1, 10 days or $50 a day thereafter. And for violation 9-280H1, wait, that was complied, right? Hold on. Oh, no. Okay, and for violation 9-305, 35 days or $50 a day.
So ordered.
Page 13, Inspector Rachel Moore, Karen Proto, presenting case number CE 24120064, case address 3150 Houston Street, owner Stephen Duvall, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Rachel Moore. Case and address is read into the record. The property was first inspected on 12/3/24, and the following violations were observed. 27-7B is complied. 18-12A is complied. 18-1 is complied. 9-363 is complied. 6-5 is complied. 9-305B is complied. 9-304, the driveway on the property is faded, cracked, and has grass growing through it and through the asphalt. As a pre-hearing inspection on 423, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 63 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 14, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 25020676, case address 2430 Southeast 17th Street, owner La Marietta Inc., posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Case and address as read into the record. I inspected this property on February 25th, 2025, and cited for the following violation. 47-20.13.G.1. The swell area right-of-way has been altered with gravel in this RMM25 residential multi-family property. Inspection report was posted on the property on February 25th, 2025, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected March 26, 2025, posted April 3rd, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 17th, 2025, and found a violation is not complied. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $150 thereafter.
No pictures.
No pictures?
The pictures?
The pictures?
The pictures?
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so ordered.
Page 15, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24090429, case address 838 Southwest 16th Street, owner IM Investments Group, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Case and address is read into the record. I inspected this property on September 18th, 2024, and cited for the following violations. 47-19.1.B. There's a temporary carport on this RD15 zone property that has been erected over the driveway within the front setback. 9-305A is complied. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-304B, the gravel soil area has weeds growing through the gravel. Code section 18-1 is complied. Code section 9308B, there is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permitted on the roof. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and soffits are dirty and stained. There are areas of the exterior wall and doors that have stains and missing peeling paint. 18-12A is complied. Inspection report was posted on this property on September 18th, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected the property October 17th, 2024, and December 4th, 2024. Posted the property April 2nd, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 17th and found that the violations are not complied. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Page 16, Inspector Bovary Xantos, Guy Siderman presenting. Case number CE 2405075, case address 1805 Northwest 15th Place. Owner, Kerr Antoine. Posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240507765 for the property located at 1805 Northwest 15th Place. This property was first inspected on 5/24/2024, and the following violations were observed. 9 TAC 305 complied. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover, including the right-of-way. However, this is a recurring violation per case CE 22020413. This case will be heard at the special magistrate whether or not the case comes into compliance prior to the special magistrate. 47 TAC 34.1.A.1 complied. A notice of the hearing was posted on the property on 4/4/2025, and a pre-hearing was conducted on 4/21/2025, revealed depicted on the photos. The city is asking for a finding of fact for violation 905B. I'd like to submit my case file and photos to the court.
So ordered.
Page 17, Inspector Bovary Xantos, Vanessa Willis presenting. Case number CE 240800175, case address 1042 Northwest 13th Street. Owner, Jeremy D. Atwell and Trevon E. Atwell. Posted at property 4525, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Vanessa Willis presenting for Bovary Xantos, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement. CE 240, make sure I'm doing the right number, CE 240800175, correct? Thank you. For property located at 1042 Northwest 13th Street. This property was first inspected on August 8th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 18-4C complied, 9-280H1. The chain link fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence has broken and disconnected parts. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, walls are stained and dirty with vegetation growing through. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including swell area. And 9-308B complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 4/5/2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was done on April 23rd, 2025, revealed as depicted on the photo. The city is requesting 63 days to correct, or a fine of $50 per day per violation for each day thereafter.
That's so ordered. And finding of fact for 1812A and C?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
ordered.
Page 18, Inspector Bovary Xantos, Vanessa Willis presenting. Case number CE 240800463, case address 1139 Northwest 9th Ave. Owner, IAD Holdings LLC. Posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for Bovary Xantos. Case number CE 24080463 for 1139 Northwest 9th Avenue. This property was first inspected on August 21st, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied, 9-304B complied, 9-363 complied, 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 4, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23, 2025, which as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct, or a fine of $100 per day per violation for each day thereafter, and a finding of fact for the 18-12A.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 18, Inspector Bovary Exantas, Guy Siderman presenting. Case number CE 240807993, case address 1729 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner MG Florida Investments LLC, posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 240807793 for the property located at 1729 Northwest 16th Ave. This property was first inspected on 8/30/2024, and the following violations were observed. 1812A complied on 4/22/2025. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swell. This is a reoccurring violation per previous case CE 120508888. This case will be presented and heard in the special magistrate whether or not it comes into compliance prior to the special magistrate. 9-TAC-305 complied. 9-TAC-363 complied. A notice of the hearing was posted on the property on 4/4/2025, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 4/22/2025. The city is requesting a finding of fact for 18-12A.
So ordered.
Page 20, Inspector Bovary Exantas, Vanessa Willis presenting, case number CE 2408045, case address 1159 Northwest 9th Ave, owner Yasario Jara LLC, posted at property 4425, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. This property was first inspected on, presenting for Bovary Exantas, I'm sorry. This property was first inspected on August 22nd, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 47-21.9.K, decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on April 4, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on April 23rd, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days for 47-21.9.K, or $100 per day for that violation. And then for 9-363, 15 days to comply with the $100 fine if not in compliance.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 22, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 250108886, case address 1511 Northwest 9th Ave, owner Parianti House LLC, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 250108886 for the property located at 1511 Northwest 9th Avenue. The property was first inspected on January 25th, 2025, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. 9-280H1, the barn-style wood fence at this property is in disrepair. The fence is leaning and has areas of missing chipping paint. 18-12A complied. 9-304B, the driveway and wheel stops are stained with a black substance. 9-280C, the walkway is in disrepair. The walkway has cracks and is stained with a black substance. There is an area of the walkway that is deteriorating. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property near the walkway. 9-306, There are areas of the fascia that has stains and missing paint. 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved address numbers. 9-363, complied. 9-278G, complied. As of pre-hearing inspection, April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance of sections 9-280H1, 9-304B, 9-280C, 9-305B, and 9-306, or a fine of $100 per day for each violation thereafter, and 15 days to come into compliance of section 9-313A, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 25. Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 241204464. Case address 1496 Southwest 28th Ave. Owner Charles W. Grogan Revocable Trust. Charles W. Grogan Trustee. Posted at property 4325. Posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 241-20464 for the property located at 1496 Southwest 28th Avenue. The property was first inspected on December 20th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 47-21-16-A, complied. 47-21.15.A, withdrawn. 9-306, the fascia and soffits are in disrepair. The soffits are damaged and have areas of broken wood and missing peeling paint. 9-280C, complied. 9-304B, complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the property. 9-308B, complied. As of pre-hearing inspection on April 18, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 91 days to come into compliance of section 9-306 and 9-305, or a fine of $50 per day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 250-20331, case address 808 South Rio Vista Boulevard, owner 808 Rio LLC, posted at property 4125, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2502-0331 for the property located at 808 South Rio Vista Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on February 10th and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and on its well. Courtesy notice was sent on February 10th, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. Special Magistrate request form sent on March 10th, scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on April 22nd, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or $100 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record.
So ordered.
Page 27, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 250-20600, case address 38 Southeast 11th Street, owner Martin Alexander Leader, posted at property 4125, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
38 Southeast 11th Street, correct? Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2502-0600 for the property located at 38 Southeast 11th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on February 20th and cited for the following violation. 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape material along an accumulation of leaves and foliage encroaching upon the public right-of-way street. This is a recurring violation for case number C 23090720. This case is presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance. Courtesy notice was mailed on February 20th, allowing 15 days to come into compliance, and contact has been made with the property caretaker. Special magistrate request form sent on March 13th and scheduled for today's special magistrate. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on April 22nd, and the picture presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. This is a finding of fact case only, ma'am.
So ordered.
Page 29, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 250-20601, case address 100 Southeast 11th Street, owner Martin Alexander Leader, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 250-20601 for the property located at 100 Southeast 11th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on February 20th and cited for the following violation, 9-305A. There's overgrowth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves and foliage encroaching upon the public right-of-way street. This is a recurring violation for case number CE 231-00069. This case is presented to Special Magistrate seeking the finding of fact whether or not the violation comes into compliance. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPI via first class mail on February 20th, allowing 15 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property caretaker. Special master request form sent on March 13th and scheduled for today's special master hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was carried out on April 22nd, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has been brought into compliance. This is a finding of fact case only.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Page 30, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2503009, case address 1590 Southwest 31st Ave, owner Laurent D. Loud Sartori, Sunshine Heidi Sartori, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 5th, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, April 19th, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day to be imposed.
So ordered.
Page 30, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2503089, case address 1612 Southeast 13th Street, owner Christopher Clayton Tosi, Valentina Anna Tosi, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Co-Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on March 31st, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-282D1A. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property. To request a certificate suspension for 180 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 25010725 has one citation for violation 17-7.1A, residential amplified sound. CE 25020225 has one citation for 17-7.1A, residential amplified sound. CE 25020591 has one citation for 15-278, trash carts left out. There's a total of 3 violations, and the city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Is there supposed to be noise with the picture?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
replay it, Your Honor.
Oh. That was it? Okay. And for the trash, I didn't see any pictures for that.
Should be in there.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Page 31, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 250204.
Excuse me. Can we get a start date? Can you read in the start date for the suspension?
I don't know if they have any guests there now, so I guess we give them 30 days from today's date for a start date.
That's fine, 30 days.
It should be May 24th.
Okay, thank you.
Page 31, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25020493, case address 1401 Southwest 20th Street, owner Miguel Maria, posted at property 4225, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 26, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, April 19, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-272A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $500 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 25020035, case address 3632 Southwest 17th Street, owner Erica Mary Maynard, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read. This property was initially inspected on February 5, 2025, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, April 19, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Page 32, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 2501180, case address 3341 Northwest 67th Street, owner Salwanis Habib Holdings LLC, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for KCE 25011 080 3341 Northwest 67th Street. This case was inspected on 2/4/2025 and for vacation violation 15281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. As of today, the listing was still up. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance, or $250 per day thereafter until complied.
So ordered.
Page 33, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 250202229, case address 1508 Poinsettia Drive. Owner, Rafael E. De Leon, posted at property 4325, posted at 1 East Broward 41025.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 250202229, 1508 Poinsettia Drive. Was cited on 2/10/2025 for 15281A. This vacation rental property is operating with an expired certificate. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance, or $250 per day thereafter until complied.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Page 35, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 241100057, case address 400 Southwest 12th Street, 1-2. Owner, J1 Paramillo. First heard 1:30:25 to comply by 2:14:25. One section complied at $250 per day. $1,250 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 241100057 for property located at 400 Southwest 12th Street, numbers 1-2. This case was first heard on 01/30/2025. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 2/14/2025 for violation 15-281A. For violation 15-281A, the property was inspected a total of 5 times. Since the fines began to accrue on 2/15/2025, the property was not in compliance on the following dates: 02/15, 02/26, 03/01, 03/07, 03/08. At this time, all violations are in compliance. And I have been in contact with the property owner, and he's completed the application for the renewal, and an inspection date has been set up for May 1st. And if the magistrate is so inclined, the city is not opposed to administrative costs to be imposed, and the administrative costs are $810. $810.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Page 35, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 250300014, case address 1637 North Victoria Park Road, owner Stream Holding LLC. First cited 3/1/25 to comply by 3/1/25. One section complied at $250 per day. $250 has accrued. No appeal received. Appeal deadline 3/16/25. City request full amount. This is a citation.
So ordered.
Page 36, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 240700831, case address 1214 Northeast 17 Terrace, owner Christopher Blanar and Jessica Irene McBride. First heard 1/30/25 to comply by 2/9/25 and 3/27/25. Two sections complied at $50 per day. $800 has accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 241000326, case address 904 Southeast 13th Street, owner 13th Street LLC. First heard 2/11/25 to comply by 3/11/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. $4,400 has accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 241109192, case address 2415 Davie Boulevard. Owner, Hess Retail Stores LLC. Property Tax Department. First heard $130.25 to comply by $29.25. One section complied is $100 per day. $400 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Page 37, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 240802266, case address 1316 Northeast 5th Avenue, owner Beautiful Home 100 LLC. First heard $130.25 to comply by $29.25. Two sections complied at $100 per day. $400 has accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Page 39, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2409045. Case address 425 Northwest 14th Way. Owner David Andre Santa Maria. First heard $130.25 to comply by $214.25 and $327.25. Three sections not complied at $50 per day. $20,050 has accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Okay, who's the owner of this property?
David Andre Santa Maria.
Pardon me?
David Andre Santa Maria. Did I read this?
Santa Maria is on the following page. We're on page 38.
39.
No, she's on 39.
Oh, what happened to this case?
She's going to go back now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So ordered for the first of the case on page 39.
We'll go back to page 38, case number CE 240310006, case address 801 Northeast 17th Court. It is being rescheduled.
Okay.
Page 39, Inspector Bernstein Samward, case number CE 230800099, case address 301 Southwest 13th Ave, owner Historic Westside School LLC. First heard 102623 to comply by 12524. Three suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied to $100 per day. $5,600 has accrued, and the city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Page 40, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2407. Sorry, page 40, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 240700296, case address 630 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Edmund Villard. First heard $130.25 to comply by $29.25. One section complied at $100 per day. $3,000 has accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Page 41, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 240500074, case address 824 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Carnita Pierre Louis. First heard $130.25 to comply by $29.25 and $327.25. One section complied at $50 per day. $150 has accrued, and the city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 240-70046, case address 610 Southwest 28th Drive, owner AES USA LLC. First heard $130.25 to comply by $214.25. One section complied at $250 per day. $1,500 has accrued, and the city is requesting $626.
So ordered.
Page 42. Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2409060, case address 1000 Tennessee Avenue, owner Beryl Sargent Estate. First heard $130.25 to comply by $29.25 and $327.25. Three sections not complied at $100 per day, equaling totaling $8,400. One section complied at $500 per day. Oh, sorry. Three sections not complied at $100 per day, with a total of $8,400. One section not complied at $500 per day, equaling $37,000. $45,400 has accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Page 50, Inspector Karen Proto, Case number CE 240800026, case address 2440 Northwest 31st Ave. Owner Marcus Fertile and Michaela Fertile. First heard 130.25 to comply by 327.25. Two sections not complied at $50 per day. 2,800 has accrued. And the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Okay, denied.
The city is requesting to enter pages 51 and 52 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. This concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for Thursday, April 24th, 2025.
So ordered.